Chapter 633. Upon hearing Amirius Revolt's statement instead of a question, Bilt's forehead instantly seeped out a dense layer of cold sweat. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to explain something, but in the end, he still knelt down on one knee and said in a trembling voice under the indescribable pressure, he trembled and said, "Admiral, Your Excellency, the tramp from before suddenly died from an illness." At that moment, Klein wasn't too nervous. This was because Admiral Amirius Revolt had noticed him back in the banquet hall. It didn't make sense for him to only recognize him as a Beyonder now. For him to be willing to meet instead of avoiding the risk meant that he didn't mind who Bilt had found. He's actually not worried at all? This is the confidence of a demigod. Perhaps his Beyonder pathway can eliminate any latent dangers ahead of time. Klein raised his head with great difficulty and cast his gaze at the Admiral who had already turned around. "Not bad," Amirius Revolt evaluated in a deadpan manner. He continued looking at the kneeling Bilt. "Don't try to play tricks in front of me that can't be used on the card table. Ordinary people and Beyonders have different standings in this world, and as a practitioner of order, I can clearly confirm this. Indeed, it's as described in the information. This Admiral has the tendency to preach. I have to remember this point. This is a completely different style from me and German Sparrow." Klein retracted his gaze in thought as he cast it to the ground, as though he couldn't withstand the pressure. Amirius Revolt took a step forward. "Deception is the first mistake you made. Being careless is the second. The tramp that you spent so much effort on suddenly died. Following that, an adventurer that can change his appearance appeared in front of you. Don't you find this too much of a coincidence?" "That's right, it's a little of a coincidence." Klein nearly repeated the other party's question. If he hadn't confirmed it above the gray fog, he would have suspected if he had been arranged by some mythical creature or Grade 0 sealed artifact. Bilt's pupils constricted as he came to a realization. He realized that out of fear and dread, all he wanted to do was to grab onto that last lifeline. He had completely lost the cautiousness that came with experience. He did not consider whether the appearance of German Sparrow was too much of a coincidence. The first time he went to the Sweet Lemon Bar, the homeless man died of a sudden illness. The more Bilt thought about it, the more he felt that he had fallen into a meticulously planned trap. Amirius Revolt saw the changes in Bilt's expression as he looked enlightened and regretful. "My father, the late Count Revolt, once taught me something. He said to forgive your men for their first mistake. Bilt, you have to thank him for his kindness." Bilt's tense nerves relaxed, and he was inexplicably moved. He believed that Admiral Amirius Revolt, who was closer to a god than a human, would execute him on the spot to warn all the adventurers who were secretly working for him. To his surprise, he chose to pardon him. "General, I. Bilt was momentarily at a loss for words. Amirius maintained his solemn attitude and said in a deep voice, "There's a second half to what I said just now, which is severely punish them for their second mistake. Bilt, do you know what to do in the future?" Bilt, who was kneeling on one knee, immediately straightened his back and pressed his right fist against his left chest. "We are loyal to His Excellency the General." Amirius nodded and turned to look at Klein. "What's your name?" "That depends on which identity you're asking about." Klein lampooned in his heart and calmly replied, "That's right. German Sparrow." Amirius Revolt suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds as the atmosphere in the storeroom seemed to freeze. Just as Klein couldn't help but feel uneasy, Amirius finally spoke. "So it's you. General, you speak as if you know me. I'm just an ordinary military informant who received the bounty through you guys. I haven't even had the time to claim anything." Klein mumbled to himself. The more he thought about it, the more confident he felt. Amirius nodded and said to Bilt and Klein, "That's right. The plan will proceed as planned. But we need to sign a contract." "Contract?" Klein resisted the might with great difficulty as he looked up at Amirius. Admiral Amirius didn't explain anything. He picked up a pen and paper that he had long prepared and placed on the windowsill. He began writing. Every time he put pen to paper, there seemed to be a burst of golden light. The scene was solemn and sacred, as if he was drafting a law. Klein gradually narrowed his eyes, and his vision began to blur. He couldn't help but lower his head again. After an unknown period of time, Amirius stopped writing and picked up the piece of paper. Sign your name at the end. If you're not satisfied with the terms, you don't have to sign. Do you think I dare or not? Klein criticized inwardly as he watched Bilt stand up, take the pen, and pass it to him. The terms on the piece of paper were very simple. There were only a few, but they generally restricted German Sparrow's actions when acting as Amirius reveled. It included, but wasn't limited to, not exposing any problems, not using his status as an admiral to do anything that was detrimental to Amirius himself, and not having overly intimate contact with Miss Cynthia, etc. I thought such an important figure wouldn't care too much about the chastity of his mistress. This admiral is indeed an old-fashioned man. However, I'm not that kind of person either. Klein hid his curiosity and asked as though he was discussing an academic question. What if Miss Cynthia wishes to have intimate contact with me? What he was implying was that if he appeared too distant and resistant, it would be easy for Cynthia to notice a problem and ask how he should handle it. It's fine, Amirius said without any expression. During the duration of the contract, you will either lack any desire when facing her, or your body will lack the necessary abilities. That's possible? This contract is a little impressive. Apart from a contract with a spirit world creature, this is the first time I'm seeing another contract. Furthermore, the former requires borrowing the powers of the underworld, but this contract only involves both parties. This is Admiral Amirius's demigod beyonder powers? From the Arbiter pathway? Klein glanced at the contract's duration and discovered that it was 5 days. Is he confident that he'll return in 5 days, or is his present level only able to maintain the contract for 5 days? Klein read the clause again, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote the name German Sparrow. As he finished writing the last letter, he saw the words on the piece of paper emit a golden glow, converging into a resplendent brilliance. Enveloped by the resplendent brilliance, the piece of paper rapidly faded away, as though it had fused with the laws of the world. The thin, invisible gray fog around him gently rippled as Klein clearly sensed that there were layers of indescribable restrictions on him. These restrictions rapidly internalized and temporarily became a part of his spirit body and body. The gray fog can withstand external bad luck and good luck to a certain extent, but it can't shield the contract I've already signed. That's right. If it could be shielded, the messenger's contract wouldn't have taken effect. In enlightenment, Klein looked at Amirius Revolt again. The admiral had already converged his might as he flipped his palm to produce a dark golden charm. The charm had symbols like Sword of Judgment on it, as well as dense magical labels. It was completely restrained and deep, giving off the feeling of a codex. This is a high-level charm I created using my blood, the ancient codex of the 4th epoch, and the royal family's Grade 0 sealed artifact, Amirius said calmly. It's called the 9th Law. It can produce an authoritative feeling similar to mine when given a small amount of spirituality. This is something even an ordinary person can do. Without it, it's very difficult for you to truly disguise me. Indeed, the authoritative feeling I have is only limited to the surface. It's fine to fool others, but once I need to shock and awe my subordinates, it's useless. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Amirius continued. With your present strength, you should be able to withstand its use. Through its use, you can specify the necessary restrictions on the target, forcing him to endure extremely disadvantageous situations. This way, even if a demigod were to probe you, you can scare him away. If no accidents happen in the end and there's no need to use it, it will belong to you after the matter is over. Its effective date is a year. Klein was first taken aback before he felt an intense sense of pleasant surprise. Ever since he used up the high-level charm he created from the mutated sun's sacred emblem, he finally had another one. Although such an item had a time limit and could only be used once, it had no negative effects. Of course, the stringent requirements to create it made it extremely rare. As expected of a demigod, he's much more generous than built. The price of bribing a tramp and an adventurer at the level of a pirate admiral are different. As Klein thought in delight, he silently extended his palm and grabbed the high-level charm named the Ninth Law. Then, he saw Amirius unbuckle his belt. After a brief silence, Klein controlled his embarrassment and took off his clothes without any expression. Soon, he switched clothes with Amirius, donning the dark blue starched admiral's uniform. Watching Amirius and Bilt leave through a remote path in the garden, Klein meticulously buttoned his shirt and turned to look at the glass window. Under the contrast of the dark night and the crimson moonlight, the glass window was like a mirror. It vaguely reflected Klein's present appearance. Neatly combed black hair, deep blue eyes, a slightly drooping mouth, a beardless face, an old-fashioned and solemn bearing, and a dark blue attire with ribbons, medals, and epaulets. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he silently muttered to himself, "From this moment forth, I'm an admiral. P.S. Happy New Year's Eve to everyone. I'll also recommend a book. Classmate Young Pingon, no, it's Don't Soar with Warm Words to Alcohol. It's an excellent work without any trick." Chapter 634. Touching the Ninth Law charm in his pocket, Klein adjusted his height and appearance, making him no different from Admiral Amirius Revel. He left from another door in the storeroom and walked along the quiet corridor towards the main building of the governor's manor. Along the way there were occasionally waiters and maids passing by, but no one dared to look directly at Klein. As soon as they saw the Marine Admiral uniform, they retreated to the sides and bowed their heads. Any person of similar height would probably be able to sneak into the banquet hall if they put on this outfit. I have to say, sometimes it's easier to pretend to be a big shot than an ordinary person. Klein looked straight ahead and maintained his solemn posture as he walked unhurriedly toward the black-tiled aisle. A melodious and beautiful melody could be faintly heard, and the elegant wall lamps on both sides were burning with gas, lighting up the dark environment. As soon as Klein approached a lounge, he saw the door open, and a middle-aged man walked out as if he had been waiting for him. The man had black hair and blue eyes. His facial features resembled Amirius, but his forehead was slightly higher. His eye bags were slightly swollen, and the corners of his mouth hadn't drooped down. He was Amirius Revelt's younger brother, Aston Revelt. This gentleman had once served in the Navy, and with his contributions in the Southern Continent colony, he rose all the way to the rank of colonel. Later on, he grew tired of his military career, and coupled with the political balance, he accepted the appointment and became the governor. In the 5 to 6 years he had been in Orevy, he had pushed the Revelt family to purchase a large amount of land and manors due to the importance of the island's location and resources. He had also taken advantage of the situation to own a large amount of land. This wasn't to say that they had obtained it completely through power. The Aston and Revelt families had paid a sufficient sum of money and even borrowed a sum of money from the bank. They didn't forcefully occupy the land that originally belonged to the Phasacians at a very low price like they did on the east coast of Balam. Of course, if he wasn't Governor-General Orevy and his brother wasn't the supreme commander of the Central Sonia Seas Navy, the Revelt family wouldn't have been able to convince the target to sell the high-quality farmland or manor so easily. The test is here. Klein calmly approached and stopped in front of Orsten Revelt. Austin looked around and said in a deep voice, "That's right. Have you thought about it? What is it?" Klein was at a loss at first before he recalled an introduction in the information. If Aston requests a private talk or directly asks for an answer to a certain matter, tell him that you will give him an answer when you leave Orevy. Indeed, it's within Amirius's expectations. All I need to do is pay attention to my attitude and tone. Yes, as well as the unique words and pronunciation of Rouen nobles. Klein nodded gently and said solemnly, "Wait a few more days. I will tell you the answer when I leave Orvie." Austin did not suspect anything and chuckled softly. "You seem to be waiting for something to give you the power to decide. The matter that forced Admiral Amirius to act alone?" Klein's heart stirred as he familiarly used the tone of a high-ranking person. "Put away your speculations." With that, he turned and strode towards the banquet hall. Orsten Revolt stared at his brother's back. His expression gradually turned cold as he shook his head slightly. After entering the banquet hall, Klein surveyed the area and walked to the long table where the food was placed. From time to time, he would stop and exchange pleasantries with the people who approached him. During this process, he realized that he didn't need to understand the topics brought up by the people he was conversing with. All he needed to do was nod occasionally to allow the conversation to continue in a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere until it came to an end. Indeed, the status of an important figure makes certain aspects of acting simple, but correspondingly, other matters will be difficult. Klein tore through all the obstacles and finally arrived at the long table. He randomly picked up a plate and told himself that Admiral Amirius liked fish, beef, and lobster and hated chicken and goose. Therefore, he avoided roasted chicken and Bakelin-style roasted goose and chose steak, pan-fried dragonbone fish, and Orvie lobster baked with cream cheese. As the metal utensils were lined with asbestos, red-hot coals, or containers filled with hot water, the food was still maintained at a sufficient temperature. When Klein took his first bite, he was so touched that he nearly lost his persona. He tried his best to maintain his image as Admiral Amirius. He held his plate and conversed with the port city's councilors, navy agents, and all sorts of people. He listened to them attentively and would stuff food into his mouth from time to time. He noticed that a young man in a tailcoat was constantly following not far from him. The man's blonde hair was neatly combed back with a slightly high hairline. He had a pair of light blue eyes, and he looked delicate and refined. Identical to the picture, Amirius's secretary, Luan. Klein controlled himself and didn't size him up. He quickly filled his stomach before the banquet ended. After leaving the Governor-General's office, Klein boarded a carriage that was protected by the Admiral's guards and sat beside the wine cabinet. The blonde secretary, Luan, followed him in. His leather boots stepped on the thick, soft carpet as he silently moved to the opposite side of Klein. He sat down, but there was only a third of his buttocks touching the seat. The carriage began moving as Luan took out a stack of documents from his black briefcase. "Your Excellency, this is the consolidated accounts for 1349 submitted by the Orvie Naval Base." Klein extended his hand to receive it and casually flipped through a few pages. "What? A roll of toilet paper costs £1? The naval base's bathhouse was renovated 20 times in a year?" Klein did a rough calculation and discovered all sorts of ridiculous points. "Isn't this accounting method a little too simple and crude? I can even open a course for them and specially teach them how to claim expenses." Klein seriously considered the attitude he should show. From his point of view, the greatest difficulty in disguising Amirius was to fool Luan. This didn't mean that Governor-General Aston and Miss Cynthia weren't as familiar with Admiral Amirius as the secretary, but that, as the younger brother, Aston might help his elder brother conceal the truth after receiving a hint. Similarly, as a mistress, Cynthia was attached to the Admiral and had the tendency to help conceal the truth. Of course, he couldn't eliminate the possibility that Cynthia was a spy or was being used by a spy. However, it wasn't as dangerous as Luan, who was an overseer. "I can't expose any problems." What sort of attitude would Admiral Amirius have when faced with such a report? Would he fly into a rage or pretend to be furious? No, the people from the Orvie naval base wouldn't be that bold to directly submit such an obvious report, treating Admiral Amirius as a blind man. They definitely have a certain level of confidence and tacit understanding. As there wasn't any similar situation in the information, Klein could only make a judgment based on his experience. Furthermore, he could confirm one thing. The Orvie Naval Base's report was either something Admiral Amirius hadn't expected, or he didn't think it was important. It was just a matter of his schedule, something he could easily deal with. Regardless of which possibility it is, I can deal with it in the usual manner of a person in a high position, which is to not express my stance. Klein closed the document and handed it back to Luan. He said without any expression, "That's not the case." He said without any expression, "Place it on my desk." The subtext of this sentence was, "I'll take a careful look." Outwardly, it had different meanings depending on the reader's standpoint. If the Orvie naval base had launched a sudden attack, it meant that the admiral was somewhat displeased and was waiting for an explanation. If this was something that both parties had a tacit understanding about, it meant that Admiral Amirius wished to obtain greater benefits. As for whether he would offend someone as a result, Klein didn't care at all. After all, he wouldn't be Amirius Revolt in a few days. He believed that the true demigod had the means to repress his subordinates' anger. In addition, he was especially thankful that Amirius wasn't a demigod from the Church of the Storm. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether he should nod in approval of the report or throw the document back angrily and throw a few people into the sea to feed the fish. "Yes, Your Excellency." Luan's expression didn't change as he stuffed the document back into his black briefcase, as though he had expected it. For the rest of the journey, Klein leaned against the carriage wall according to Amirius Revolt's habit. He half closed his eyes as though he was pondering over a problem. However, he wasn't thinking of anything. Luan maintained his silence and didn't rashly say a word. The iron-black street lamps that were the height of a human quickly flashed past as the carriage arrived near the naval base and turned into a house with a garden and lawn. Just as Klein walked up the stairs, a butler opened the door. Servants stood respectfully by the sides. The living room was decorated very elegantly. There were oil paintings of landscapes, plaster sculptures, simple but elegant vases, and other items. A faint but lingering fragrance emanated as it seeped into his lungs. Klein, who should have relaxed, secretly tensed up when he saw a beautiful lady in a home dress walk over. She was in her early 20s. Her blonde hair cascaded down, and when her blue eyes looked over, there seemed to be a glint hidden within them. While she was filled with feminine beauty, there was also a hint of a young girl. She was none other than Admiral Amirius's mistress, Cynthia. Klein held back his uneasiness as he made Amirius's stern face reveal a smile. Following that, he opened his arms. Cynthia threw herself into his embrace and tiptoed as she chuckled with her cheek against his cheek. "Admiral, I've already boiled hot water for you and placed it in the bathtub. She's been keeping an eye on when the banquet will end. Being a mistress isn't something easy either. Amirius does like to soak in hot baths to relax and contemplate." In order to not notice how their cheeks were pressed against each other, Klein allowed his thoughts to run wild. As a man with a straight sexual orientation, he should have enjoyed being close to a beautiful member of the opposite sex while feeling awkward. However, the temporary contract didn't allow him to have any additional urges. Therefore, all that was left was discomfort. "Very good," Klein praised as his hands gently pushed Cynthia away as though he had nowhere to place them. Knowing that His Excellency didn't like to be intimate in front of the servants, Cynthia retreated and led Klein to the second floor. They entered the bathroom and prepared a bathrobe. After doing all of this, Cynthia instructed the servants not to come to the second floor unless they heard the bell. Then, she returned to the bedroom and took off all her clothes, changing into a pure silk nightgown. The nightgown's collar was wide open, revealing an alluring snow-white area. And in between her cleavage hung a strange necklace. It resembled a black rhinoceros horn that had shrunk to the size of a knuckle. Cynthia took off the necklace and stuffed it under her pillow. Then, she left the bedroom with some embarrassment and hesitation. She walked to the bathroom where the Admiral was bathing and mustered her courage to twist the handle. Click. Her hand paused as she realized that the bathroom door had been locked from the inside at some point in time. With a blank look, Cynthia instinctively twisted it twice. Click, click. The bathroom door didn't budge at all. P.S. I wish everyone a happy new year. May everything go smoothly. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 635. In the bathroom, there was a wet and dry section. Steam filled the entire bathtub. Apart from his head, Klein's entire body was immersed in the hot water. He lay there comfortably, not even wishing to move his toes. What a beautiful night. If only Cynthia wasn't outside. I'll still have to deal with her later. Klein sighed as he considered how to find an excuse to avoid intimate matters. According to Admiral Amirius Revolt's characteristics, he decided to start with his work. Following that, he would list his recent physical discomfort, the loss of his ability in that area due to his injuries, the fact that he had just ingested drugs that needed some time to digest, or the sudden awakening of his true sexual orientation, making him find a curly-haired baboon attractive. As for whether this would damage the Admiral's image, Klein didn't feel any pressure. As long as Cynthia didn't suspect him of being a fake Amirius Revolt, he would have successfully completed his mission. How to explain those excuses and find a reason to return to normal is Admiral Amirius's problem. What has it got to do with me, German Sparrow? What has the German Sparrow's ruined image got to do with me, Sherlock Moriarty? Klein stood up in satisfaction and walked out dripping wet. He wrapped himself in a towel and wiped his body. After changing into the hanging bathrobe, Klein silently drew a breath. As though he was facing a formidable foe, he unlocked the door and opened the bathroom door. Seeing the empty corridor with only the light from the wall lamps illuminating the dark corridor, Klein relaxed a little and no longer tensed up. This feels no different from challenging the pirate admirals. Amidst his mumbling, he suddenly discovered a serious problem. He didn't know which master bedroom or study was. Regardless, I have to inform Cynthia, otherwise it will make Admiral Amirius look odd and guilty. Klein recalled the layout of similar houses and attempted to accurately find the master bedroom. At this moment, the door diagonally opposite opened with a creak. Cynthia, who was only wearing a silk nightgown, walked out. Her blonde hair was slightly messy, and there were even a few strands floating in front of her blue eyes and bright red lips. Her eyes were half hidden, and her lips were half closed. In the dim and ambiguous environment, she looked extremely alluring. The collar of the silk nightgown was wide open, and the snow-white cleavage was reflected in Klein's eyes at the same time. Klein nearly looked up at the ceiling to escape the intense stimulation. Calm down, calm down. You are Amirius Revolt. Furthermore, you are someone who has seen a demoness. Compared to ailment maiden, this lady's charm is clearly lacking. Wait, why am I thinking of demoness? Who knows if they were male or female in the past? Klein maintained his gaze and even sized him up with a teasing expression. At this moment, he could feel that primitive desire, but the lower half of his body did not move. Is this the second sign of a temporary contract? Actually, there's no need for Admiral Amirius to go through so much trouble. Even if I have the urge, I can control myself. What haven't I seen before? Cynthia is a little different from the records. Isn't it said that she has only been Amirius's mistress for a year or two, and that she doesn't see him most of the time? Isn't it said that she can't let herself go when it comes to such matters? Why does she have the inclination of taking the initiative to seduce him today? Is it because she feels that her position isn't stable, or has she been replaced? Ever since he became a faceless, Klein found everyone fake. Cynthia's eyes drooped. The courage she had mustered vanished bit by bit under Amirius's scrutiny. Her face was gradually dyed with a heart-stirring blush as she felt embarrassed and a little proud. Then, she heard the Admiral calmly instruct, "Prepare some coffee for me. Help me prepare coffee and put it in the study. I have many things to settle tonight. You don't have to wait for me." Cynthia looked up blankly, her face still blushing. She was momentarily unable to understand Admiral Amirius's words. Klein secretly drew a breath and went forward to hug her. He gently kissed her forehead. "I'll accompany you properly in a few days." Such a response came from the records. All he did was change his words slightly. To be frank, if he hadn't known Amirius beforehand, Klein would definitely believe that Admiral Amirius would wear a deadpan expression when interacting with his mistress or exercising in bed. Everything he said and did would be extremely serious. However, this demigod also had a gentle tone and a flirtatious side to him. He just wasn't good at saying sweet nothings. This made him realize something. Many people were unable to imagine what he was like in private just by looking at his surface. To put on a true disguise, a faceless needed to do detailed research and have sufficient understanding of the person. It was just like how magicians didn't perform unprepared. Cynthia revealed a clear look of disappointment, but she quickly reined in her emotions and forced a smile. "All right. Admiral, your pajamas are in your room. A bathrobe isn't suitable for handling matters. This is consistent with the information. She's rather considerate and knows how to understand others." Klein watched as Cynthia turned to enter the room and pull the bell. He took this opportunity to take off his bathrobe and change into a dark red pajama top and pajama pants of the same color. Cynthia diligently opened the door to the study and cleaned up the slightly messy table. Then, she waited for the maid to brew some coffee before personally taking it from her and bringing it in. During this process, Klein flipped through the documents and information, pretending to be very professional. But in fact, he knew almost nothing about the relevant data and design concepts of ironclad warships and warship. He was no different from an illiterate. In such fields, he only knew the concepts of aircraft carriers, air supremacy, large warship cannons, and multiple cannon turret. From the corner of his eye, he saw Cynthia silently leave and close the door. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that he had managed to muddle through the night. In the master bedroom, Cynthia pursed her lips and took out the necklace from under her pillow. She held the black rhinoceros horn-shaped item that was the size of a knuckle in her palm. She stood there and prayed softly, "Great Mother Tree of Desire, please make me even more alluring. Great Mother Tree of Desire, please make me even more alluring. Make Admiral Amirius even more infatuated with me. Let him experience extreme joy from me, and give me a child." In the quiet study, Klein rummaged through the documents in front of him. According to how the information was handled, he simply picked out the ones and signed Amirius Revolt's name. The reason why he could imitate the handwriting was that a faceless could remember a target's traits, while a clown provided him with precise control. As for the complicated ones that he couldn't quite understand, Klein wrote similar comments. "Let's do some more research." After busying himself until dawn, Klein covered his mouth with his palm and yawned. "No, I need to sleep. There are still many challenges tomorrow. I need to maintain my energy." Klein thought for a moment and gave up on returning to the master bedroom. He raised his right hand and pressed down on his two half-closed eyes. With a sudden pull, he moved them to the sides of his nose bridge. Right on the heels of that, Klein tore open two slits where his eyes originally were. He used his flesh and blood to disguise them as a pair of fake eyes. "After becoming a faceless, I'm really becoming more and more like a monster. If only I had such a godly skill back in school." He sighed silently as he half-crouched his body. His real eyes were tightly shut while his fake eyes were opened to look at the documents as he fell asleep. The clown's special made him instinctively maintain his balance and remain motionless like a marble statue. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly jolted awake from his dream. He sensed that a force was attempting to pull him into a deep slumber and invade him. Who is it? I haven't done anything recently. Why would someone want to enter my dream? That's not right. I'm now Admiral Amirius Revolt. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately changed his appearance. Even in his dream, he became that demigod. At the same time, he felt his consciousness contract as though he was hiding from something. This is different from a normal dream. I've clearly regained my rationality and can struggle free and wake up, but I can't leave the dream. Klein discovered even more oddities after some attempts. He knew very well that he was sleeping, and he could sense and control his body outside the dream. But regardless of what he did, he couldn't wake up. Right on the heels of that, a blurry white gas emanated in front of him, condensing into an indistinct figure. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly as his psyche penetrated the dream, allowing his body in the real world to silently move. Then, he placed his palm into his pocket and touched the 9th law charm. At this moment, the blurry figure calmly said, "Do not participate in Austin and Company's matters. This is a warning." That's impressive. To actually warn a demigod. What are Austin and Company up to? Klein thought for a moment and slightly emanated his spirituality, allowing the 9th law charm to emit a deep might. Then, he mimicked it and expressed a similar feeling in his dream. Following that, he said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Who do you represent?" The blurry figure was taken aback before he sighed and said with a smile, "As expected of spell weaver Amirius. As expected of Dharma weaver Amirius." He's actually able to maintain his lucidity under such circumstances. No. Although Amirius is known as a spell weaver, he isn't good at such matters. You should say that as expected of Lord Fool. Klein lampooned before saying solemnly, "Answer my question." The blurry figure chuckled. "You don't need to know who I am. You don't need to know who I am. Do not defy the fate of an era which is also its trend. This will only make you a sacrifice of history. Do not defy the fate of an era which is also its trend. This will only make you a sacrifice of history. The fate of an era, the trend of an era, the sacrifice of history." Upon hearing this, Klein suddenly thought of a term, Twilight Hermit Order. However, Klein didn't say a word or say those few words. This was because Admiral Amirius had been himself for the past few days. When the blurry figure saw Amirius fall into silence, he didn't say another word. He transformed back into a white gas and vanished from the dream. Chapter 636. Phew, what are Amirius and Aston Revolt plotting to actually draw a warning from the Twilight Hermit Order? Unless it's something that can truly change the times and influence the direction of history, this ancient and secretive organization won't appear, even if they don't reveal their identities. Klein stood at the periphery of the magnificent castle in his dream, as he looked in thought at the spot where the blurry figure had vanished. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly came to a realization. He wasn't so certain about his previous guess. Admiral Amirius and his brothers' plotting might not really affect the trends of the times. Although the Twilight Hermit Order only interfered with important matters in this aspect, as the leader of a secret organization, Klein knew very well that such organizations not only had their own principles and ideals, but they also had members that helped each other. From Roselle the Great's diary, it could be seen that the Twilight Hermit Order had members of different domains, statuses, and sequences. Apart from a number of them fervently believing in the original creator, waiting for the arrival of dusk and the awakening of the true God, the rest had their own interests to pursue. Under such circumstances, as long as the organizer didn't exercise strict control from the very beginning, an internal commission was bound to happen. Perhaps Aston Revolt's plotting only affected a particular Twilight Hermit Order member, causing him to notice it ahead of time. He then made an internal commission, allowing other members to use the trends of the times as an excuse to warn Amirius Revolt. From this logic, the hidden matter is rather interesting. With the Twilight Hermit orders standing, only Sequence 4 Spellweaver Amirius isn't a difficult target to eliminate. I even suspect that they can send 3 or more angels, one that surpasses the 7 churches. Then, why didn't they directly take action and instead came to give an advance warning? Back in Bakeland, if an angel had really appeared, a true god might have descended. Therefore, the Twilight Hermit Order had no choice but to use a more roundabout and inconspicuous method to deal with the Duke of Negan. However, this is Oravi Island. Even high-sequence Beyonders aren't permanently stationed here. Is the warning because the Twilight Hermit Order advocates secrecy and doesn't wish to expose themselves, so they try their best to avoid using extreme means, or is it because the member who made the internal commission doesn't wish to see Amirius die? To him, this admiral is rather useful, so he can't bear to abandon him, even if he might participate in operations that aren't beneficial to him. Then, his real identity seems to be able to delineate a few ranges. Klein made a bold assumption, but he had no way to prove it. He could only put this matter aside for the time being and throw it to the back of his mind. After all, the person who triggered the Twilight Hermit Order's warning is Admiral Amirius. It has nothing to do with me. As long as I don't do anything or involve myself in the next few days, I'll be able to successfully last until the mission is over. Whatever happens in the future has nothing to do with me. With my current rank, I'm still far from being able to investigate the Twilight Hermit Order. I don't have the right to pry into anything. Klein obeyed his will and turned to examine his tarot. I've discovered a problem. Other secret organizations focus on implementing their own principles and ideals, with members helping each other out. As for us tarot, it's impressive. We only entrust each other, without any principles or ideals. No, in the eyes of certain members, there are principles and ideals. For example, Student Moon believes that this is an organization born to save the world. The fool Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and left the dream. He rubbed away the fake eye and pushed the real eye back to its original spot. His actions were very smooth, but he suddenly paused midway. That wasn't a simple dream infiltration. As he recalled the scene, Klein frowned slightly. This was because the power had first attempted to pull him into a deep slumber. And back then, I was already asleep. Why did he still do that? Captain said that a nightmare can directly see dreams, so it's impossible for him to make such a mistake. Therefore, that visitor didn't use Beyonder powers similar to a nightmare, but some other method. Locating me in the spirit world? Or could it be that after knowing my location, he directly influenced my body of heart and mind through the sea of collective subconscious described by Ma M. Daly? I'm more inclined to the second possibility. This is the only way to explain why I can't break free from the dream even though I've regained my sanity. Emperor Roselle also mentioned in his diary that the organization he's part of is suspected to be the Twilight Hermit Order. It gathers through a real dream that covers the entire continent. A real dream, Klein nodded and laughed silently amidst his sigh. Admiral Amirius definitely didn't expect the Twilight Hermit Order's warning. I'm the only one who managed to hire me. If it were anyone else, they would have been exposed. At least I didn't let down the 9th Law Talisman. City of Silver, inside the spire, in the room belonging to Chief Colin Iliad. Derek Berg, who had been summoned, once again saw the demon hunter with white hair and old scars on his cheek. He felt a little uneasy. After he finished his greeting, Colin looked him up and down and said, "You've advanced." "Yes, I'm already a Sequence 7 High Priest of Sunday." Derek had already registered, so he didn't hide it. Colin's deep and experienced light blue eyes moved away, and he asked in a seemingly inadvertent manner, "Is there a subsequent potion formula?" In the past, Derek would definitely have directly answered no, but now, he was already used to thinking before speaking. If I were to answer no, and later advance, and lack the corresponding experience to support it, it would definitely be confirmed as problematic. but if I were to answer yes, the chief might get me to exchange it for items and begin nurturing more Beyonders of the Sun pathway. This would undoubtedly prove that I'm lying. Derek's thoughts raced as he sincerely said, no. From his point of view, experiences could be created. In his opinion, experiences could be created. Colin nodded without any abnormalities. In about 2 months, I'll arrange for an exploration for you. Follow the team and fix the path and ruins we previously found with Jack's help. We'll do a second cleanup. I hope you'll gain more from it. Yes, Your Excellency. Just as Derek replied, he suddenly recalled Shepherd Elder Lovia. After daybreak, Klein changed his clothes with Cynthia's help and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. Following that, he took a carriage and entered the Orvie Naval Base under the escort of the Admiral's guards. In the morning, he was accompanied by the brigadier generals and colonels to inspect the condition of the ships and the ammunition stores. He visited the newly built training grounds and the bathhouse that had been renovated 20 times a year. After having lunch at the Navy's canteen, Klein gathered all the officers above the lieutenant commander to listen to the reports according to his schedule. During this process, he had a thick black notebook spread open in front of him. In it were some questions that Admiral Amirius had specially prepared. Over the past few decades, due to the deduction of wages and abuse of sailors, there were a total of 17 rebellions by the soldiers at the bottom of the hierarchy in Orvie. After the Royal Navy's latest regulations were promulgated, thanks to Your Excellency's guidance, we have already changed this culture. In the past 3 years, there haven't been any similar incidents. A colonel of the Orvie Naval Base stood at his spot as he reported the overall situation. From time to time, he would raise his head to glance at Admiral Amirius Revel. He discovered that His Excellency was listening attentively and constantly taking note. The rustling sounds made the officers sitting in a circle not dare to slack off. They similarly focused on recording the important points. Having received such a positive response, the colonel's reporting voice unknowingly turned a little louder. How boring! Klein held a fountain pen as he casually drew turtles, octopuses, and dragons on the black notebook. As he had never learned how to sketch, he drew whatever came to mind. It was a tragic sight to behold. Later on, he even drew intersecting lines and began playing the game Roselle the Great had invented, 5 in a row, with himself. Of course, his rich experience and awareness of his status made him raise his head from time to seriously look at the reporter and give him a nod of encouragement. As for what the other party was saying, he didn't pay any attention to it. All he could remember was the occasional sentence. In between the reports, Klein would glance at his blonde secretary, Luan, and get him to explain the contents of the report on his behalf. Everything was going according to plan. Towards the end, Klein flipped a few pages forward in his black notebook and used a Rouen aristocratic's accent to recite the report that the secretary had drafted and amended. According to the actual situation and Amirius's habit of using words, he would add some connectives and idioms, such as, "There are a few more points," or, "I'll go on a few more points." It was already evening when the meeting ended. Klein, accompanied by Luan's secretary, left the Orvie base and headed to a naval agent's residence to participate in a banquet. At the banquet, they chatted about the fluctuations in the prices of the port's supplies. Klein would mimic Admiral Amirius, occasionally cracking outdated Bakelin jokes, garnering a warm response from everyone as they praised the Admiral for his humor. After successfully acting until the banquet ended, Klein boarded the carriage, feeling physically and mentally exhausted. I have to pay attention to my words and actions every second. Acting for a day is more tiring than fighting a pirate admiral. Klein silently exhaled as he half closed his eyes without a change in expression. He knew that the most difficult stage of the day hadn't passed. He still had to deal with Cynthia next. Inside the villa, Cynthia learned from an attendant that Admiral Amirius was about to return. She silently returned to her bedroom and took off the tiny black rhinoceros horn-like pendant. She used a thin metal piece to scrape off some powder and mixed it into the hot water in a white porcelain teacup. She silently recited the honorific name of the tree of desire 7 times and waited for nearly a minute. Filled with hope, she raised the teacup and gulped it down. Divine Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Chapter 637. As he looked at the villa that was emitting lights in the darkness, Klein mentally prepared himself for a few seconds before getting off the carriage. He walked up the 3 flights of stairs to the entrance and entered the house while surrounded by the general's guards and servants. Seeing that Cynthia was dressed conservatively due to the presence of others, Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief. He maintained his solemn expression as he slowly approached. Cynthia's smile became more obvious as she tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, revealing her slender and fair neck. There were no signs of a necklace on it. Seeing Secretary Luan and the general's guards head for their rooms or spread out to stand guard outside the house, Klein said in a deep voice before Cynthia could give him a hug, "There's no need to prepare hot water. There's no need to prepare hot water. Give me a quiet room. I need to be alone for a night." Cynthia used her eyes to express her confusion and puzzlement. Klein surveyed the area and said in a deep voice, "Something happened. Something happened. I need to enter a very calm state to recover." As he spoke, he raised his right hand and tugged at his sleeve slightly, revealing distinct light-colored flesh buds. His poor physical condition and abnormal reactions were an excuse Admiral Amirius had prepared for the tramp substitute from before. It was to help him avoid Cynthia's request to be intimate with him without exposing any problems. To increase his persuasiveness, Klein had deliberately used his faceless skills to provide evidence. Cynthia's mouth turned agape as she nearly screamed. Thankfully, she reached out her palm in time to stifle her voice. "Are you all right? Do you need to find a doctor?" Cynthia calmed down a little as she immediately asked nervously. Her concern was evident in her words. "No, this is the necessary price for obtaining powerful strength. I just need 2 or 3 days of peace to return to normal." Klein had also found a follow-up reason. Okay. Cynthia hurriedly led Klein to the 2nd floor and led him to the quietest room. As for the master bedroom, she had lit a few sticks of incense and sprinkled some pure dew with a refreshing fragrance, so she didn't give it up. Seeing the door close, Klein slowly exhaled. He changed out of his general's attire and lay in bed in satisfaction. Not far away, in the master bedroom, the worried and disappointed Cynthia took a hot bath before getting into bed. Her eyes were unfocused as she stared at the ceiling. She couldn't help but think of her father and mother's advice a few days ago. They wanted her to curry favor with Admiral Amirius, and it was best if she could get pregnant with his child. This way, the family would be able to obtain even more representation of the Central Sonia Navy. The general seems to be hiding a lot of things in his heart, to the point that there's a certain abnormality in his body. Cynthia thought aimlessly, and her thoughts gradually drifted away. She drifted off to sleep. Vaguely, she felt her stomach heat up and her body heat up. In her dream, she seemed to see a pitch-black night sky dotted with bright stars. One of them seemed to sense her gaze and shone even brighter. The next morning, the refreshed Klein enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast that did not have any special characteristic. He was once again surrounded by the Admiral's guards and arrived at the Orvie Naval Base. He commandeered the most luxurious and spacious office. According to Admiral Amirius's habits, he would spend some time alone every 2 or 3 days to study and grasp his beyonder powers at a deeper level, as well as develop more practical technique. Therefore, Klein had most of the day without any disturbances. All he needed to do was handle simple official duties. In the quiet and spacious office, Klein was either leisurely pacing back and forth or flipping through the books on the shelf. From time to time, he would reach his palm into his pocket and touch the 9th law charm, making it emit an abnormally heavy might. This was to make the blonde secretary, Luan, believe that there was nothing wrong with Admiral Amirius. After an unknown period of time, Klein felt a little sleepy and planned on taking a nap. At this moment, he heard knocking on the door. There's something very important. Klein frowned. Something that could make Secretary Luan disturb Admiral Amirius's focus training was definitely not simple. Come in, Klein reined in his emotions and replied in a deep voice. The delicate-looking blond youth, Luan, twisted the doorknob and entered. In his hand was a telegram. He suppressed his voice. Your Excellency, a telegram from Bakeland. Mr. Aston has been relieved of his position as Governor-General. He will be temporarily replaced by the City Council's chairman. It's said that the new Governor-General will arrive today. Aston Revolt has been relieved of his position as Governor-General? Their ploy has been discovered? That's right. Even the Twilight Hermit Order came to warn me. No, Amirius. It means that they have long grasped the exact situation. Through the operations of certain members, there's a high chance that the matter will be resolved through a series of changes in positions. They gave the warning last night, and they are taking action today. They must have been preparing for a long time. Yes, just from the fact that the new Governor-General will arrive today, I can tell that. Klein was first alarmed before he felt that it was reasonable. He mimicked Admiral Amirius's attitude when faced with a major problem. He paced around and said with a solemn expression, I understand. Klein didn't express his stance or give any orders. He appeared extremely brooding. However, in fact, he hadn't thought of what to do. There's a saying in our foodie empire, being still is better than being active. I wonder if Roselle has translated it. Klein thought in a self-deprecating and lampooning manner. Luan looked up at Admiral Amirius and didn't say a word before silently leaving the office. Phew. Klein paced around once again as he considered what choice the real Admiral Amirius would make if he were standing there. This was an unexpected and important matter. Without the corresponding contingency plan, Klein could only infer from Amirius's personality, experiences, and some of the self-descriptions in the information. He's a conservative person. Even though he's a low or mid-sequence beyonder, he seldom takes risks when he's on all kinds of ships. He believes that he's a Rouen noble who values his family, his children, and his emotions. He's a gentleman who is very gentlemanly and is very likable to women. Yes, this point is worth discussing. With his level and status, even a curly-haired baboon would be loved by women and men. No, he might even be loved more. At the very least, curly-haired baboons don't tell outdated jokes. Information flashed through Klein's mind as they interwove into a three-dimensional image of Admiral Amirius. As he immersed himself in the image, he heard knocking on the door again. Come in. Klein instantly tensed up. The blonde secretary, Luan, entered and pointed outside. Your Excellency, Mr. Aston wishes to meet you. Why is Aston here? Does he wish to meet Amirius for protection, or is he planning on putting up a last-ditch struggle? Klein narrowed his eyes and realized that he had no choice but to make a decision for Admiral Amirius. What will he do? After receiving the warning from the Twilight Hermit Order, he should have understood that the matter had been exposed, and the target had long since made preparations. With his conservative personality, it's not hard to imagine his choice. But he also placed great importance on family. He even described some of the interesting things about Aston Revolt in detail. It's not hard to tell that it's the concern and love an elder brother has for his younger brother. He doesn't like marijuana or cigarettes. Drinking is just for socializing. Aside from being a little obsessed with women, he doesn't have any major problems. He places great importance on his family. Family, Klein quickly recalled, allowing himself to completely immerse himself in Amirius's identity. He experienced the emotions and the importance he placed on matters. Family. At that moment, he seemed to transform into Amirius, but he was analyzing all sorts of problems in a detached manner. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Klein heard himself speak in a somewhat unfamiliar and cold tone. Tell him that I have a lot of things to deal with and don't have time to see him. Also, buy him a ticket back to Bakeland. Luan seemed to have expected it. He retracted his gaze and replied as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Yes, Your Excellency. Seeing Luan leave the office and head outside in search of Austin Revolt, Klein sighed like the real Amirius Revolt. He knew that if Amirius were to return early, he would make the same choice. This was because he placed great importance on his family. With his scheme exposed, Amirius wouldn't risk his final bargaining chip and place his family at risk of destruction. As long as he didn't get involved, as long as he was still a demigod, the Revolt family wouldn't suffer too much damage even if he was no longer the supreme commander of Central Sonia's navy. As for getting his secretary to buy the ticket, it indicated that Amirius still treated Austin as a brother. It was a warning to others not to harm him before the problem was resolved. After nearly a minute, Luan replied, Your Excellency, Mr. Austin has left. Amirius places great importance on family. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. With his back facing the secretary, he asked in a deep voice, Admiral, Mr. Austin has left. Amirius places great importance on family. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds. He asked, Did he say anything? Luan answered truthfully, He said that you are indeed a naturally cold person. Klein listened quietly. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile without a hint of a smile. This was his instinctive reaction, but having assimilated into Amirius's identity, he believed that the Admiral would have similar reactions. That kind of feeling, that kind of emotion was the same. In the time that followed, Klein sat in his office. He didn't meet any guests, nor did he handle any official matters. All he did was occasionally listen to Secretary Luan's report on the situation on Oravi Island. Until the new governor arrived, nothing happened. In the evening, he cancelled the dinner that he had booked and returned to the garden villa. When he saw Cynthia walking towards him, he gave her a hug. Then, he calmly said, Austin has been relieved of his governorship. All the sighs, and all the pain were condensed into this emotionless sentence. I heard about it. It should be fine, right? Cynthia asked nervously. Klein closed his eyes and didn't bring up the matter again. He only let out a soft That sentence just now was the most obvious expression of emotion that a serious, old-fashioned, conservative, and introverted person could make. 9 Heaven's Divine Emperors. Chapter 638. Cynthia could vaguely sense Admiral Amirius's restrained but deep pain and helplessness. She didn't say anything else as she hugged him tightly. She used her companionship and dependence to give him the strength to calm his emotions. After a simple dinner, Klein took a hot bath and entered the quietest guest room as usual. He lay in bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. He knew that he was immersed in the role of Admiral Amirius. This was because the helplessness towards fate and the hiding of pain were similar to his own life experiences. It resonated strongly with him. If I hadn't figured out the method of blending in and separating myself, I might have lost myself a little. This is just like certain actors in my previous life. They're too immersed in their roles and are unable to extricate themselves, resulting in mental problems. And to be honest, mental problems might be magnified. While Klein felt depressed, he knew who he was. I never expected that a high-ranking Navy admiral, a demigod saint, would still experience such helplessness and pain. Strength can bring many things, but it's not a panacea. Everyone has different faces. This is the truest side of a demigod. Klein saw the crimson moonlight gradually turn brighter as it dyed every piece of furniture in the room red. At that moment, through the resonance he had with Admiral Amirius, the contrast between the two of them, and his previous acting experience, Klein built a more three-dimensional and realistic image of Amirius in his heart. At the same time, he also made his relatively blurry self turn clearer. A person who valued relationships, a person who came from Earth, but had been remolded by Klein Moretti's fragmented memories to a certain extent. A person who hadn't been a Nighthawk for long, but his actions and choices had been deeply influenced by that experience. A person who played it safe and was afraid of danger, but was also able to defeat himself at critical moments. A person who wanted to slack off, eat delicacies, travel, and enjoy life from the bottom of his heart, but had no choice but to be busy for more important matters. A person who liked beautiful women, but was able to adhere to his principles and not indulge himself. A person who loved money, but was willing to spend large sums for his siblings. A person who always hid his pain in his heart and displayed a smile on the outside. A person who was used to lampooning inwardly while appearing polite on the surface. A person who could overcome his psychological obstacles, but not cross his bottom line. A person who would feel embarrassed because of his acting. He was also a guardian, a pitiful wretch who was constantly facing danger and madness. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he added silently. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he felt as if he had truly touched himself. Unknowingly, Klein fell asleep, his body and mind peaceful. In the master bedroom, Cynthia was already asleep. She was wearing a nightgown and her legs were exposed. She held a few layers of blankets between her legs and gently stroked them. Her hands subconsciously scratched her skin, leaving red marks and tiny bumps. In her dream, she saw the illusory and beautiful starry sky again. She saw the bright star that bloomed. Her field of vision zoomed in, and she could vaguely see the star. Phew! Klein suddenly woke up from his dream, the indescribable charm still lingering in his eyes. Why am I having such a dream? He frowned slightly and turned his head in disbelief. Just now, not only did he dream of Cynthia, who was only wearing a silk nightgown, but he had also dreamed of the naked demoness of pleasure, Madame Sharon, who he had seen before. He dreamed of Miss Sharon, who was as exquisite as a doll, and Miss Justice, who had a rather blurry appearance. He dreamed of Trissy Cheek, Teresa, and all the beautiful women he had seen before. Then, he used all sorts of methods to indulge himself with them. To many beyonders and ordinary people, this might just be a normal reaction from being seduced recently. But as a seer, dreams had a special meaning. Klein quickly examined himself and realized that he was still towering beneath him. His unquenchable lust was flowing everywhere like a flood. This isn't a seer's revelation dream, but an external influence. There's an enemy. Alarmed, Klein quickly made a judgment. At the same time, he cautiously got out of bed and quickly put on his general's attire. This way, he would have the ninth law charm and creeping hunger on him, giving him powerful means to protect himself. As he wasn't sure of the present situation, Klein didn't attempt to head above the gray fog. He continued treating himself as a Mirius. With a heavy expression, Klein carefully walked to the door and reached out to grab the handle. At that instant, he seemed to finally find his interaction with the real world. He heard a lot of chaotic sounds coming from outside. There were clear sounds of chewing, moaning of indulgence, roaring of anger, and a sharp urging. What exactly happened? Everything was normal before this. Klein gulped a mouthful of saliva and used cogitation to maintain the necessary calm. He had been using his spirit vision to observe the situation in the villa every day, but he hadn't discovered any problems. Where are the general's guards? Where's Secretary Luan? The more Klein pondered over the present situation, the stranger and more terrifying he found the situation. He touched the ninth law charm with one hand and emanated a deep and dignified aura, repressing the unease that flowed in the air. Exerting strength with his left palm, Klein twisted the handle and opened the door. Before he took a step forward, he saw an attendant in a red vest sitting opposite him. In front of the attendant was a lot of cooked or raw food. There were steak, lamb, dragon bone fish, and orvie lobster. At this moment, the attendant picked up the huge fish that seemed to have just stopped struggling. He looked up at Klein and smiled in a daze. "General, I've always been envious of your food. His belly was different from before. It was bulging up like a woman in her 7th or 8th month of pregnancy. Just as he said that, the attendant raised his hands and bit down on the raw dragon bone fish, forcefully tearing off an extremely thick piece of meat. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, as the sound of his chewing sent chills down one's spine. He hurriedly moved his throat as he swallowed the food in his mouth. His bulging belly trembled as though it would explode at any moment. This is an instinctive appetite control. Klein looked at the attendant in front of him with a heavy expression. For some reason, he thought of the tramp substitute who had died of a sudden illness due to overeating. He didn't have the time to think too much, nor did he attempt to save the attendant who was crazily eating. This was because he knew that if the root of the problem wasn't resolved, there wouldn't be any obvious effects no matter what he did. Klein moved his feet and, according to his spiritual intuition, he carefully walked towards the master bedroom. By the door there were 2 maidservants. One was sitting on the other, bending over to strangle the other's throat. With a beaming smile, she shook the maidservant beneath her and hurriedly urged, "Quick, praise me! Quick, praise me! Quick, quick, praise me!" A desire for recognition. Klein frowned as he took a few steps forward and grabbed the maidservant's collar. With a smack, he threw the maidservant to the other wall, knocking her unconscious. However, this didn't stop the maidservant from crawling over. The maidservant beneath her kept yawning, unable to open her eyes. Even when she was being strangled, it was as though she couldn't get enough sleep. Such a scene. Klein momentarily had the urge to flee and seek help from the church and the military. However, the most powerful person on Orovie Island was Admiral Amirius. And I'm now Amirius. However, if the situation doesn't look right, I'll still have to retreat. I can't use my life to act. Klein's scalp tingled as he pushed open the master bedroom's door. The first thing that sounded from behind the door was the sound of indulging and happy moans. Following that, a smell that made one's heart race and blood flow drilled into Klein's nose. In addition, there were all kinds of bodily fluids that emanated in the air. It made one's mind involuntarily conjure up scenes of indulgence. Right on the heels of that, Klein saw the blonde secretary, Luan. He stood by the door and coldly looked inside with a condescending attitude. His arrogance seemed corporeal. Upon sensing someone enter, he turned his head and discovered that it was Admiral Amirius. His expression didn't change, nor did his gaze change. It was as though he was looking at an ordinary person, a trivial figure. This secretary is usually very respectful, but in fact, he's such an arrogant person? Klein originally wanted to ask the seemingly rational one a question, but he saw the latter shift his gaze and look down at the center of the master bedroom. He only looks normal. Klein traced Luan's gaze and discovered a fair 3-meter-tall body on the bed in the middle of the master bedroom. Its surface was covered with brownish-green lumps that resembled tree pimples. Some of them had already split open, turning into flower-like organs. A number of the general's guards and the male attendants in the room were gathered around it. They were either standing or kneeling, floating or crawling as they copulated with the organs while emitting heavy panting. The other members of the general's guards and female servants were scattered across the carpet in the bedroom, enjoying each other's bodies to their heart's content. In addition, the tall, fair body with lumps and flowers had brown branches extending out, participating in every group's revelry. What kind of monster is this? Klein refreshed his knowledge of mysticism once again. He naturally lowered his left palm in preparation for battle. At this moment, at the top of the 3-meter-tall terrifying body, a head turned over. It was a woman. She had long blonde hair and azure blue eyes. She had a high nose bridge and plump lips. She was none other than the gentle and beautiful Cynthia, who still had traces of a young girl's charm. As the branches waved and the flowers opened and closed, Cynthia looked down at Klein with a blushing face and said shyly, "I'm sorry." She said shyly, "General, I want to have a child with you." Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 639. Upon seeing Cynthia's fair body gigantified with many tumors and flowers growing on it, making her look like a strange tree, Klein couldn't help but shiver when he heard her shy and low request. All his hair stood on end. Such a scene was terrifying beyond human imagination. Even in his dreams, he had never seen such a scene before. If he were facing Megos in Tingen, Klein would have definitely been affected by such a scene. He would have temporarily lost the ability to react due to his horror and panic, but after experiencing so much, he was a seasoned beyonder in the truest sense of the word. At the same time Cynthia's words entered his ears, the glove on his left hand silently changed color. It turned deep black, exuding a noble and sinister feeling. This meant that Klein had activated creeping hunger and switched to Wormtongue Missile's soul, transforming into a baron of corruption. In that instant, he distorted Cynthia's words, turning General, "I want to have a child with you," into General, "I only want to have a child with you." This way, Klein believed that the general's guards and male attendants surrounding the tree-like monster would definitely be pushed away by Cynthia, who had her wills distorted. They would be thrown far away to gain a chance to catch a breather. As for whether this would expose him as the real Admiral Emirius, he wasn't concerned. At such a moment, a person who cared if true acting could be completed was definitely someone with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, and he clearly wasn't one. In addition, in an environment where all kinds of desires were magnified to the extreme, Klein suspected that the others who had been affected wouldn't be able to pay attention to the exact situation of the battle. The Baron of Corruption's distortion powers were silently activated, but Klein was surprised to see that the men surrounding Cynthia didn't have any changes in their actions. They weren't repelled at all. It's clearly already distorted. The mutated Cynthia is actually able to directly resist such effects. Klein's pupils constricted as he suddenly jumped 2 steps to the side. Where he was originally standing, a brown tree branch drilled out. At its tip was a flower that was dripping with sticky liquid. The flower was abnormally large, and when it bloomed, it seemed like it could devour an entire person. Although Klein had never seen the man-eating flowers in the southern continent's primitive rainforest, he didn't believe that they could be more terrifying or exaggerated than this. Pop, pop, pop. The same branches drilled out of the walls, floor, and ceiling. They carried wet flowers and chased after Klein from all directions. During this process, the flowers bit the golden-haired secretary, Luan's head, as well as the surrounding guards, servants, and servants who were partying on the carpet. At this time, with the previous distortion ability being resisted, Klein did not hesitate to pull out his right hand, holding the dark golden high-level charm in his palm. 9th Law. He originally didn't plan on using the charm so quickly. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to use it, but that he hoped to engage in battle for a while and confirm what the monster Cynthia had mutated into was good at before doing a targeted weakening. After all, the 9th Law couldn't make broad restrictions. The content had to be sufficiently specific. For example, it couldn't make any Beyonder powers lose their effectiveness, but it could designate one Beyonder power to be ineffective. To maximize its value, careful observation and keen judgment were the prerequisites. However, the present situation left Klein with no choice but to use his trump card. Otherwise, he suspected that he wouldn't be able to harm the tree-like monster at all. If the 9th Law charm can't create an environment that can kill the monster, I'll immediately use it to escape the villa and lure Cynthia outside. Then, I'll find an opportunity to pray and head above the gray fog to use the sea god's scepter to launch a blanket attack. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein, who was constantly jumping between the branches and flowers, chanted a word in ancient Hermes. Law. As the activation incantation reverberated, the dark golden charm in Klein's palm turned ice-cold, a coldness that made one lose all emotions. At that moment, Klein used this to reach an extremely calm state. While throwing out the 9th Law charm, his thoughts raced as he considered what he should restrict. His first reaction was to forbid any desire, but he knew that it was too broad. Therefore, he thought of changing it to forbid the desire to procreate. After all, Cynthia's wish was to have a child with Admiral Amirius. The influence she showed on her surroundings was mainly in this aspect. Just as the ninth law charm flew into the air and transformed into dark golden points of light that emanated in every direction, Klein suddenly thought of a problem. Cynthia was an ordinary person in the past. This was an undeniable fact. Over the past 3 nights, Klein had used spirit vision and divination to repeatedly confirm that Cynthia wasn't a Beyonder. Similarly, if she was, Admiral Amirius, who could directly distinguish ordinary people from Beyonders, would have long discovered her. Therefore, the reason why she suddenly mutated into a monster was a problem that he had to pay attention to. Could it be that she was like Megos, and through some ritual, she became a vessel for an evil god's descent? No, if there was a ritual, it's impossible for me not to discover it. My spiritual intuition would have warned me not to activate my spirit vision or look directly at Cynthia. There's some item or characteristic on her that allows external powers to project over. Therefore, nothing happened the first 2 nights, but the sudden change tonight. Regardless, her horror comes from the outside world and not from herself. Klein quickly made a judgment in those 2 seconds. Without any hesitation, he seized the opportunity and said in a deep voice, "Interaction with the outside world is prohibited here." Ancient Hermes that was filled with mystery instantly spread out as the scattered dark golden light interwove to form countless symbols and magic labels that resembled laws before fusing into the void. Hum. Klein suddenly heard a light hum in his ears, as though he saw an invisible light filled with desire being repelled outside the room. Following that, an illusory and resplendent starry sky appeared in front of him. A star that was emitting a bright light appeared. Puff, puff. Klein's eyeballs exploded as a mixture of blood and liquid flowed out in a hideous and terrifying manner. Although he had used the 9th law charm to isolate the external influence, the level of the power was extremely high. Just a normal backlash was enough to penetrate the natural protection of a high-level charm and blow up his eyes. The damage was rapid and without any warning. Klein didn't even have the chance to use paper figurine substitutes, just like Nimblewright Master Rosago. If not for the 9th law charm, his eyes wouldn't have been the only thing that exploded. He might have even become a monster like Cynthia. At the same time, the towering tree-like Cynthia came to a halt. Her body suddenly disintegrated, turning into a pool of flesh and blood with brownish-green tumors. The surrounding guards and male attendants collapsed to the ground, unconscious by the bedside or on the ground. Cynthia's head was embedded in the mass of flesh and blood as she muttered to herself, "Admiral, I want to have a child with you, Admiral, I want to have a child with you." She tried her best to extend the remnant branches on the ceiling and walls, instantly binding the dazed Klein and dragging him towards her. Klein recovered a little as he immediately struggled with all his might. Be it his attempt to snap his fingers to ignite a flame or switch to creeping hunger, he found it difficult to succeed due to his arms being bound tightly. Seeing the brownish-green tumors approaching, Klein suddenly had a thought. He changed his appearance from Admiral Amirius to German Sparrow, a German sparrow with blood-stained eyes. The entangling branches paused for a second before strangely loosening. They flailed around as though they were trying to grab something. Cynthia's head was filled with disappointment and confusion as she muttered, "Admiral, where did you go, Admiral? Where did you go?" Without any external resistance, she was finally influenced by the Baron of Corruption's distortion. All she wanted was to have a child with Admiral Amirius and spare German Sparrow. Klein flipped to his feet and pressed his right hand to his eyes. With a sudden pull, he transferred the ruptured wound to his left shoulder. While his left shoulder turned into a bloody mess, creeping hunger was dyed with a pure and resplendent glow. Klein looked pitifully at Cynthia's head in the pile of flesh and blood as he spread his arms to the sides. A bright pillar of light with holy flames swirling around it descended from midair, enveloping the monster that had been reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. P.S. The rhythm has been disrupted. This chapter has fewer words, so I'll update it first. Chapter 640. Amidst the holy pillar of light, the burl, flesh, and blood rapidly disintegrated after losing the external support, like snow that had encountered a red-hot metal ball. Amidst an indescribable sizzling sound, Cynthia's face scrunched up as though she was in extreme pain. She turned left and right with great difficulty, looking up and down as her expression gradually turned horrified and confused, as though she had finally realized that something wasn't right with her. "Admiral!" Her voice trembled as she looked ahead in fear and despair, but all she saw was an unfamiliar face. Klein could have used Cynthia's remnant flesh and spirit body to feed creeping hunger, but at that moment all he did was sigh and say calmly, "Don't come into contact with strange items or religions in the future." From his point of view, Cynthia's current state was either a result of a cult or a dangerous item that had formed a connection with an existence that couldn't be looked at directly. That was why she responded in such a manner. Cynthia vaguely understood something as she, who was only left with a head and some flesh, suddenly cried. It's the mother tree of desire. It's the heavenly body sect. Admiral, Admiral, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Save me. Save me. Mother tree of desire. Heavenly body sect. This isn't within my knowledge of mysticism. Klein's expression didn't change as he looked pitifully at Cynthia, who was on the verge of breaking down and pleading for help. He opened his arms again and said in a deep voice, "Death isn't the end. You will receive salvation by the side of the deities." Another bright and pure pillar of light fell, and Cynthia's beautiful face, which was covered in tears and snot, was completely frozen. Her eyes were filled with despair, but there was still some hope for heaven after death. Under the sun's illumination, her head and remains melted and vanished at a discernible speed, obtaining the final purification. Klein watched this scene seemingly calmly as his expression and actions didn't change for a long time. After everything calmed down, the corners of his mouth curled up as he let out a bitter chuckle. What a crazy and chaotic world! The experience from before prevented him from directly channeling her spirit. The many oddities of the matter made him give up on the idea of bringing Cynthia's spirit body above the gray fog to interrogate. And with the evilness unable to be dispelled and the corrosion worsening, all he could do was choose to purify Cynthia in time. After all, this was a world with a true God. Perhaps there was a heaven after death. As for the backlash from creeping hunger, Klein wasn't worried for the time being. After spending so much time with it, this mystical item that had been sealed to a certain extent had become more and more compatible with him. He didn't need to feed it immediately after using it once. It had returned to its original state. Once activated, it would only eat once every 24 hours, regardless of how many times it was used. Of course, there was no need for it to eat on the day it wasn't used. Therefore, Klein still had plenty of time to search for food for creeping hunger without harming the innocent. If it really doesn't work, I can throw it above the gray fog. Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the members of the general's guards, as well as the male and female attendants in the room, had escaped the influence of the magnified desires. They had fainted, and this included the maidservant who had grabbed her companion's throat at the door in a bid to obtain praise and recognition, as well as the blonde secretary, Luan. Indeed, only by resolving the root of the problem can the matter come to a complete end. According to Admiral Amirius's description, Luan is at least a Sequence 6 Beyonder, suspected to be a baron of corruption. He might even have secretly reached Sequence 5. For him to be so easily controlled by the magnified desires, it means that the power that descended through Cynthia is of an extremely high quality. But why did I only have a wet dream? Excluding mystical items, Luan and I should be on the same level. Is it because the gray fog's powers intertwining with reality provided help? Is it because of the restrictions of Admiral Amirius's temporary contract? Or could it be a combination of both factors? Yes, if not for them, as Cynthia's main target, my desires in that aspect would definitely be magnified to the extreme. This wouldn't just be a beautiful dream. Klein habitually reached out his right hand to touch his face, changing back into Amirius Revolt's appearance. As the others weren't in danger for the time being, he carefully observed the room as his spiritual perception was triggered. Taking a few steps forward, Klein came to the spot where Cynthia had vanished. He bent down to pick up a necklace from the pile of torn clothes on the bed. The necklace had a pendant the size of a knuckle. It was completely black and shaped like a miniature rhinoceros horn. Its surface was extremely dim and covered in cracks. Apart from giving off a sinister vibe, it didn't have any spiritual luster. This is the dangerous item that caused Cynthia's mutation? As it has already connected to that existence that can't be looked at directly, it has completed its mission and injected all its powers into Cynthia's body? Klein made a preliminary guess based on the pendant's situation and his previous experiences. After checking for a while, he didn't find anything else. Hence, he pulled out a paper figurine and cleaned up the traces at the scene. He also removed the restrictions of the charm before walking to Secretary Luan, who had traces of corrosion left after being temporarily devoured by the flower. He raised his knee and kicked him a few times. With Amirius's character, it's unlikely he would squat down and shake his secretary awake. That fellow's arrogant attitude from before is really annoying. I really want to beat him up. Klein stopped as he watched Luan slowly wake up with a solemn expression. Your Excellency. Luan was momentarily confused, as though he couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality. As a superior, there's no obligation to explain. Klein looked down at him and said in a deep voice, Wake up all the lightly injured here. Wake up all the lightly injured here. A portion of you will treat the remaining people. A portion of you will immediately investigate the Naturism sect on Orovie Island. They worship an evil god known as the Mother Tree of Desire. Yes. Start investigating the people around Cynthia. I'll be waiting for the report in the study. With that said, he held the cracked miniature rhinoceros horn pendant and turned to walk out of the master bedroom's door, entering the silent study that wasn't affected. As an important figure in the military, although he was helpless when facing the kingdom's upper echelons, he had to selectively ignore certain matters. For example, the telegram to dismiss Aston as Governor-General only for the new Governor-General to arrive. This meant that the new Governor-General had set off a long time in advance, and as the highest commander of the Central Sonia Navy, Amirius Revolt hadn't received any news at all. However, on Orovie Island, he still had absolute authority when facing Luan's secretary, the local police, and the members of the naval base. There was no need for him to investigate on his own, as he had plenty of manpower to do so. A demigod only needed to be wary of any accidents and wait for news. There was no need for him to rush about. Inside the study, Klein listened to the chaotic footsteps and horrified screams, questions, and conversations outside. He couldn't help but recall the resplendent starry sky and the star that bloomed with bright light. What does this symbolize? Klein frowned as he sat on the chair behind the desk, his figure immersed in the darkness brought about by the curtains. He quickly made a connection. Due to the myths and legends of the City of Silver and Emlyn White's description of the Sanguine, he confirmed that the moon pathway had the authority to reproduce. This matched Cynthia's intentions and actions. A resplendent starry sky. Mr. Dorr told Roselle the Great that the goddess's corresponding tarot card is star and not moon. Could this illusory starry sky be a symbol of her? The primordial moon is suspected to be a particular deity, angel, or high-level devil. As for the goddess, she has the honorific name of Crimson Moon. Could it be that she is impersonating the primordial moon and occupying the corresponding spot, allowing her to grasp the necessary authority? Although Klein knew that such thoughts were blasphemous, he couldn't help but suspect the Evernight goddess. However, he quickly rejected this guess. This was because, be it the vampire ancestor, Lilith, or the primordial moon, what they showed was purely reproduce. They didn't involve hunger, arrogance, or the desire for recognition. This was contradictory to the previous victims, and the other honorific titles of the Evernight goddess didn't include the corresponding domains. This does match the characteristics of the devil pathway. A desire apostle is an expert in such matters. Could it be that the one replacing the primordial moon is really a high-level devil, or even the Devil King who calls himself the dark side of the universe, Sequence 0 Abyss? This is very likely, but the problem is that this shouldn't be an illusory starry sky and bright stars. Be it the moon or the abyss, they have nothing to do with such symbols. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with this guess. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly thought of a concept. It was a concept that often appeared as important content in his knowledge of mysticism, but it had never been described or explained in detail. That was the astral world. Apart from a small number of organizations like the Life School of Thought who believed in the knowledge of the absolute rational world, in most mysticism, the world was made up of reality, the spirit world, and the astral world. There was no need to mention reality. The knowledge of the spirit world was the foundation of many ritualistic magic and beyonder powers. Only the astral world was basically a blank in Klein's knowledge. So, the illusory starry sky represents the astral world, and the bright stars are a certain existence in the astral world? I've always suspected that the astral world is the residence of a true deity. Then, it's not impossible for this symbolic scene to represent the primordial moon. Klein didn't think too much about it. As he recalled the details from the past few days, he waited for the results of his subordinates' investigations. As time ticked by, Klein finally heard familiar footsteps approaching the stairs. The blonde secretary, Luan, knocked on the door and entered. He lowered his head and calmly reported, "Your Excellency, we've found the Naturism sect and captured their leader. This is a clue provided by Miss Cynthia's parent. This sect has been rather active in Orovie in recent years. They don't wear clothes, return to nature, and indulge their natural instincts. They believe that humans can achieve the liberation of their spirituality in such a state. Reproduction is a byproduct of this philosophy." After a pause, Luan added, "Their leader is a beyonder, a Sequence 8 lunatic. Their leader is a beyonder, a Sequence 8 lunatic. A lunatic of the prisoner pathway? A lunatic of the prisoner pathway? It's related to Rose School?" Yes, there are two factions within the Rose School of Thought, temperance and indulgence. The latter's philosophy matches the present situation rather well. Klein was alarmed, but he maintained his composure. "Bring him over." Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 641. The leader of the Naturism sect was called Flightken. He was a man in his 30s with a brown beard on his thin face and a sinister green tattoo on his neck. When he was brought to Klein by Luan, he was extremely dispirited, as if he had suffered severe mental torture. "Your Excellency," in the process of being captured, he repeatedly exchanged his rationality for strength. "He's already on the brink of a mental breakdown." The blonde secretary, Luan, didn't care if Admiral Amirius could tell the exact details as he reported the matter. "That's perfect." Klein had been worried that Flightken would turn into a lunatic and resist the mental pressure, refusing to answer his questions. In that case, he would have no choice but to risk being suspected, dismiss his subordinates, and attempt to communicate with him. Staring coldly at Flightken in front of him, Klein's left hand was covered in a layer of gold with the help of the table. Creeping hunger switched to the interrogator's soul, and the interrogator was Sequence 7 of the Arbiter pathway that Admiral Amirius was from. In the depths of Klein's eyes, two sparks of light flickered like lightning, completely overlapping with Flightken's reflection. "Psychic Pierce, was ready to be unleashed. However, Klein didn't directly use this beyonder power because it was only at the level of a sequence 7. Once he used it in front of Luan, the blonde secretary would immediately see through his identity. With psychic piercing suppressive might at the spirit-body level, Klein sat there as though he was the real Admiral Amirius. "Do you know Cynthia?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand and let the black pendant that resembled a miniature rhinoceros horn slide down from his palm. It swayed in the air. "What does it do?" The dispirited Flight-Ken trembled all over. He felt as if his spirit was being pressed against by a sharp dagger, about to be pierced at any moment. He couldn't help but lower his head and stutter, "Yes. Cynthia, Miss Cynthia wishes to have a child with beyonder powers with you, Admiral. She was introduced to me by her parent. That's a reproduction necklace, made from the aura bestowed by the gods. As long as you consume its powder and wear it for a long time, you'll be unable to resist it, Your Excellency General." Klein listened in silence, half believing and half doubting Flight-Ken's words. Part of what he believed was Cynthia's goal. Perhaps this beautiful lady had her own thoughts, or perhaps she had been pressured by others, but she did wish to have a child with Admiral Amirius. This could be seen from how persistent she was after her mutation. Although the nobles of the Kingdom of Rouen didn't like or even ostracize illegitimate children, it depended on the situation. A child who had inherited many of his father's beyonder characteristics and was successfully born would also be given enough attention. The ancient families that knew many secrets valued this aspect even more, including the Revolt family. Furthermore, Admiral Amirius is someone who looks stern and old-fashioned on the outside, but he's a sentimental person on the inside. Even if it's an illegitimate child, he'll definitely love and value it. This might be the true reason why Cynthia is so eager to have a child. Klein sighed inwardly. His doubts towards Flight-Ken's answer focused on the true effects of the reproduction necklace, as well as if the Heavenly Body sect had deliberately misled Cynthia on this matter. Slowly increasing the pressure brought about by psychic piercing, Klein silently stared into Flight-Ken's eyes until he couldn't bear it any longer and lowered his head once again. "What other uses does this necklace have?" Klein shook the cracked pendant in his hand again. His tone was calm, as though he already knew all the secrets. His question was only to obtain the final confirmation. The indescribable pressure inundated him as Flight-Ken, who was already on the brink of a mental breakdown, couldn't take it any longer. He plopped to the ground and shouted in a nearly maniacal manner, "It can even corrupt you. As long as Cynthia consumes the powder it grinds and devoutly chants the honorific name of the Mother Tree of Desire, it can corrupt any man who has sex with her and successfully conceive a child with her. It can make you a believer of the Mother Tree of Desire. Become her blessed. So that's how it is." Klein immediately understood the whole story, and he no longer had any doubts about what had happened tonight. The Naturism sect's goal was to use Cynthia's reproduction necklace in its ordinary state to corrupt Admiral Amirius, making this important figure in the Rouen Kingdom's military become a devout believer of the Mother Tree of Desire. He would then take care of their sex development and even provide protection. The key to the success of this method was that it was discreet enough and normal enough. It had nothing to do with words like powerful, surprise, or scary. Therefore, Cynthia, who had been rejected by me 3 times, was unable to expel the corruption from the reproduction necklace's powder in her body. She gradually exceeded her limits and eventually formed a connection with the Mother Tree of Desire, resulting in a seemingly sudden mutation. Therefore, her mutated monster is actually unable to pose enough of a threat to the real Admiral Amirius. Even I can use the 9th law charm to easily resolve it. This is because this isn't the outcome the Naturism sect wishes to obtain. They only wish to secretly corrupt Admiral Amirius, and not clash with a demigod. Klein silently glanced at the blonde secretary, Luan. Luan also roughly understood the entire situation. He immediately lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry." He immediately lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, this was our mistake. We only monitored Miss Cynthia and the servants here. We didn't extend it to their family, relatives, or friends. I'm willing to accept any punishment for this, even if you send me to a military court." How would the real admiral respond? Klein once again immersed himself in the role of Amirius, experiencing the pain, helplessness, sorrow, and anger he had recently suffered. He maintained his upright posture and said with a solemn expression, "We'll talk about this later." The hidden meaning behind this sentence was, "It depends on your subsequent performance." Luan was taken aback for a second, as though he couldn't believe that the punishment given by the admiral would be so light. Klein half closed his eyes and said with a deep voice, "It depends on your subsequent performance." Luan was taken aback for a second, as though he couldn't believe that the punishment given by the admiral would be so light. Klein half closed his eyes and said with a deep voice, "My father, the late Earl Revolt, once taught me something. He said to forgive your subordinate's first mistake. Luan, you, as well as the other guards, have to thank him for his benevolence." As Luan's eyes shimmered, he silently drew a breath. He was no longer as calm as before. He said rather sincerely, "I'm impressed by your magnanimity. You will be the only one I will be loyal to, apart from principles, gods, and the king. The arrogance in your heart is very exaggerated." Klein didn't believe it as he said in a seemingly calm manner, "There's still a second half to the previous sentence, severely punish them for their second mistake." Luan nodded, not surprised by this. Klein cast his gaze back at Flight Ken, who had collapsed to the ground, and pressed without a change in expression. "Who ordered you to do this?" From his point of view, Flight Ken's answer was likely a ploy. After coming into contact with Cynthia and understanding her needs, as well as knowing who her lover was, the Naturism sect boldly had the thought of corrupting Admiral Amirius. Flight looked left and right somewhat nervously as he spoke in a timid manner. "Why, it's the mother tree of desire. She instigated us to do so in the dream. I only wanted to lend the reproduction necklace to Miss Cynthia in the beginning to wear it. I didn't plan on letting her consume the powder. The mother tree of desire ordered it? This is equivalent to an oracle to a certain extent." Klein almost frowned. Although Admiral Amirius is an important figure in the lone military and one of the highest rulers of the central Sonia Sea, with considerable status and power, it's not to the extent of attracting the direct attention of an evil god. However, I'm not an evil god. I have no way of understanding their train of thought. Perhaps there are more plans after corrupting Amirius. I can't eliminate the possibility of Flight Ken lying. Let's wait and confirm it. When did you have that dream? Flight squeezed out a smile filled with fear. Yes, it was February 4th, last Friday night. I remember it very clearly. I just liberated a lady's spirituality. February 4th. Klein mulled over the date and couldn't think of anything special about it. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "What's your relationship with Rose School? What's the relationship between the mother tree of desire and the chained god?" He wasn't worried that Admiral Amirius actually knew about this matter. Furthermore, the blonde secretary, Luan, also knew about it to a certain extent. This was because this could be understood as a confirmation question. Flight Ken revealed a fervent look that he tried his best to hold back. "We are a branch of Rose School. My mentor is Rose School's saint, Zatwin. The chained god is an embodiment of the mother tree of desire. The mother tree of desire is the true and only deity that surpasses the 7 deities and the true creator. Your Excellency, you are a candidate for her blessed, who doesn't know how to brag. Can it be understood that the mother tree of desire is the chained god's alternate identity? According to the description of the evil spirit suspected to be Red Angel Medici in the underground ruins, the prisoner pathway and the devil pathway are interchangeable. Therefore, it's very normal for the chained god of the Rose school of thought to be able to magnify the various desires of creatures. They also have the temperance and indulgence factions within them. This matches the present situation. Klein thought for a moment and turned his head to Luan. Go out for a moment. He planned on asking Flight Ken about the evil deeds he had done to see if he could be used as food for creeping hunger. Yes, Your Excellency. Luan didn't ask why as he quickly walked out of the study and closed the door. With a light click, the entire study suddenly fell silent, as though it was isolated from the outside world. The beyonder powers of a baron of corruption? Twisting the meaning of closing the door to seal the study? That's very considerate. Klein thought for a few seconds and recalled a previous connection. Hence, he suddenly asked, February 6th, Sunday evening. What did you do? Flight Ken was taken aback for a moment. We followed the revelation given by the Mother Tree of Desire. With the help of the reproduction necklace and the hair of a particular tramp provided by a believer, we held a ritual and magnified the other party's appetite. Admiral Amirius's original tramp substitute was indeed killed by them. It was to prevent the admiral from leaving, allowing him to step into a trap and have a relationship with Cynthia, resulting in him being corrupted? Klein instantly connected everything together, and my appearance provided another possibility. I coincidentally foiled this plan. Coincidence? That's not right. As the words coincidence flashed across his mind, Klein suddenly recalled what was so special about February 4th, which the Mother Tree of Desire had given Flight Ken's dream revelation. That was the first day he arrived at Orvie Island. Chapter 642. Don't tell me this matter is targeted at me? Klein was alarmed as he immediately became abnormally lucid. As a person who had experienced such matters numerous times, he was already a little delusional in this aspect. There's really such a possibility. Just as I arrived at Orvie Island, the Mother Tree of Desire used a dream to give Flight Ken a revelation and began the entire plan. When I first met Bilt Brando, the Naturism sect held a ritual to make that tramp stand and die from gluttony. If it's targeted at Admiral Amirius, the plan needs to ensure that he can't find another helper without a stand-in, or that he has no other means of concealing it. Clearly, this isn't certain. My involvement is proof of that. If the target is me, the above problem can be explained. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression as he silently watched Flight Ken. With this conjecture, more doubts emerged in his mind. But how did they determine that Bilt Brando would seek me out? The news of German Sparrow being able to transform into anyone was spread by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy. It's a factor that the Mother Tree of Desire can't control, of course. This can be viewed from another angle. It's precisely because of the spread of this information and my arrival at Orvie Island that the Mother Tree of Desire sent down a revelation to push for this matter. But the problem is, why would she corrupt me? My grudge with Rose School isn't enough to attract the attention of an evil god. All I did was kill a Sequence 5 Wraith, a Sequence 6 Zombie, and a Sequence 7 Werewolf with Miss Sharon and the others, as well as snatch the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle. The hunt against Admiral of Blood was halted before it even began. Before it could be carried out, all I did was kill Steel Mavedi. The vengeance that comes because of these matters can't even exceed the level of a saint. Is it because I'm special to begin with? The moment I arrived on the island, I had a certain degree of resonance with the items formed from the Mother Tree of Desire's aura. But when I was in Bakeland and Tingen City, I didn't see any holy artifacts left behind by deities showing any abnormal reactions. Also, I had previously divined above the gray fog, and the revelation I received was that the tramp's death was a coincidence. It wasn't the work of a mythical creature or a Grade 0 sealed artifact, but the outcome wasn't like that. This is the first time the divination above the gray fog has been truly disrupted? And I was unknowingly disrupted? Klein's thoughts stagnated as he realized that this was the most serious problem. Previously, when it came to 0-08, he had only failed to obtain an effective revelation, and it wasn't because of interference. Therefore, it's a power that exceeds the level of a Grade 0 sealed artifact? The Mother Tree of Desire personally interfered, and she is a true deity? However, it's very difficult for the 7 deities to directly influence the real world. There needs to be a corresponding ritual. I've also divined the danger level of acting as a Mirius above the gray fog. The revelation I received was that it was bearable. The development of the matter matches the outcome, so I wasn't disrupted again? The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that the entire matter was shrouded in mystery. What he couldn't understand the most was that, if the target of the corruption was him, why didn't he suffer any particularly difficult tests? He had resolved the problem in a relatively simple manner. This made the Mother Tree of Desire's arrangements seem like a joke. Just as the heavy feeling was about to overwhelm Flight Ken, Klein asked again to confirm his guess. What surprised him was that over the past week, the Naturism sect had never held a ritual to pray to the Mother Tree of Desire to interfere with the divination. Nor did they make any special arrangements for the failure of the plan. Strange. Klein took out a gold coin and flicked it to make a final confirmation. Even without divination, he was almost certain that Flight Ken wasn't lying. Firstly, it was because he had already suffered a mental breakdown and didn't possess the ability to weave a reasonable explanation. Secondly, Flight Ken's answer was logical, matching the details that Klein had deliberately left out. But the gold coin landed in his open palm with the king's portrait facing up, indicating his confirmation. Combined with the divination statement, Klein finally confirmed that Flight Ken wasn't lying. Temporarily suppressing the doubts in his mind, he looked at Flight Ken again and asked without a hint of a smile, "What have you done that violated the kingdom's laws and social customs?" Flight Ken was stunned for a few seconds before his mental state seemed to improve. From his point of view, the scheme related to Admiral Amirius was the most serious crime. It was something that could easily infuriate the important figure in front of him. The rest were just trivial matters that weren't worth a demigod's attention. So, skipping the important parts and coming to the ordinary topics meant that he might have a good ending. Flight Ken couldn't help but reveal an inconspicuous smile as he hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. In order to steal someone else's property, I tortured their family for a whole night, killed them, and threw them into the forest. Then, I used forged documents to successfully obtain a considerable amount of wealth. I deliberately induced many believers to indulge their desires and watch them slowly become nourishment for the Mother Tree of Desire in the emptiness and regret after the matter. I deceived many ladies, using the excuse of liberating their nature and obtaining the salvation of the spirit to possess them. I tortured believers who attempted to apostatize to death, mainly by slicing off all the protruding parts of their bodies." He recounted one crime after another, as though he didn't wish to hide anything. Klein found it unbelievable when he heard that. He had never imagined that human nature could be so evil. As Flight Ken became more excited as he spoke, he saw Admiral Amirius stand up with a deadpan expression. He circled around the desk and walked in front of him, raising his left palm. In the middle of the left palm, a terrifying mouth cracked open. 2 rows of illusory, white, and ice-cold teeth could be seen. "No, no." A shrill and horrified scream echoed in the study for a long time. After a while, Klein bent down to pick up the grayish-white blob of light that resembled a miniature brain. This was a lunatic's beyonder characteristic. Unfortunately, Flight Ken had been searched before he was brought here. He didn't leave any cash or items behind. But Klein snapped his fingers and ignited all the remaining pieces of clothing. Looking at the wound on his left shoulder that was beginning to heal, he sat behind the desk and remained silent for a long while amidst the dancing scarlet flames. When all traces were no longer obvious, he pulled the corresponding rope, causing the bell outside the door to ring. The blonde secretary, Luan, dispelled the seal and entered. He instinctively scanned every corner. Instruct the guards and base to cooperate with the Orvie police system to clean up the naturism sect. It's best if we can find clues and apprehend a number of Rose school members. Klein gave the order in a staid manner. Yes, Your Excellency, Luan replied respectfully. He didn't ask where Flightken had gone. It was as though the leader of the naturism sect had never existed. Klein didn't pay too much attention to the apprehension operation on Orvie Island. He used the excuse of suffering a minor injury to cancel all the arrangements for the next 2 days. This meant that he didn't need to worry about how he could reveal the might of a high-sequence beyonder of the Arbiter pathway at critical moments after losing the 9th law charm. Your Excellency, Mr. Aston hasn't left on the liner. The new Governor-General, Ben Conrad, has sent you an invitation to attend a banquet he'll be holding tonight. Close to noon, Luan knocked on the door and entered to report. Ben Conrad, the person who replaced Aston as Governor-General. According to what I know, Viscount Conrad's family is a loyal supporter of the royal family. Talum likely got to know Prince Edisac when he was Viscount Conrad's youngest son's equestrian teacher. Klein nodded gently as he immersed himself in Emirius Revolt's complicated emotions. He fell silent for a few seconds. Tell Governor-General Conrad that I'm injured due to the naturism sect's attack. It's not convenient for me to attend the banquet. Apologize to him on my behalf. Yes, Your Excellency. Luan didn't persuade him as he calmly left the room. A demigod had the right to be willful, as long as he didn't participate in a conspiracy or commit a grave mistake. He wouldn't be harshly criticized no matter what he did. This was because any faction would be willing to accept a half-deity. Watching Luan's back disappear at the door, Klein shook his head indiscernibly and sat behind the desk. The peaceful day passed quickly. When it was almost dawn, Klein, who was sleeping in the guest room, suddenly woke up and sat up. His intuition told him that someone had entered the house. Klein focused his gaze towards the window and saw a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat. He had black hair and blue eyes. The corners of his mouth drooped slightly. He was none other than Admiral Emirius. Phew, he's finally back. Klein stood up slowly and asked cautiously, "What item did you give me before?" He was afraid that the Admiral Emirius in front of him was also a faceless in disguise. Admiral Emirius stood there and replied with a solemn expression, "That's right. 9th Law Talisman." Without waiting for German Sparrow to speak again, he took 2 steps forward and calmly asked, "Has anything happened in the past few days?" Klein controlled his facial muscles and said, "Your secretary made a mistake and got hurt." Anything else?" Admiral Emirius nodded with a deep and reserved expression. Klein tried his best not to look away as he stared straight at him. "Your brother has been relieved of his position as governor, and a new governor has been appointed. Your Miss Cynthia turned into a monster, and I purified her. Some of your guards and servants have been infected and are currently being treated." Emirius's expression couldn't help but turn dumbfounded. His eyes moved slightly, as if he was wondering if he had returned to the wrong place. It had only been 3 days. P.S. Normal updates will resume today. Chapter 643. Amidst the frozen silence, Emirius quickly controlled his expression and said in a deep voice with a dignified and deep voice, "It's time for a battle. Tell me the details." Klein did not hide too much. He first started with Aston Revolt's questions, then mentioned the mysterious person's warning in his dream, telling him not to go against the trend of the times and the choice of history. Then, he briefly talked about the telegram that suddenly came. Finally, he briefly described Cynthia's mutation, the situation at the scene, the secretary's arrogance, his own response, and the subsequent investigation. The only thing he hid was that the 4th of February was the first day he arrived on Orvie Island, as well as the corresponding guesses. Of course, he described the exact details of the battle in a very vague manner. He believed that Admiral Emirius would be able to understand. After all, what a Beyonder was good at and what unique powers they had was one of their greatest secrets. If it were to be leaked, it would be understood by others and they would be targeted. It was even possible for them to die at the hands of enemies of a lower sequence. Below high-sequence Beyonders, many Beyonders could be very powerful or very weak. Amirius listened in silence. His expression didn't change in the dark room, but the fact that he didn't interrupt or ask any questions was indicative of the situation. After a few seconds of silence, he said solemnly, "The mysterious person who invaded your dream emphasized the fate of the era and the trend?" "Yes." Klein had reverted to his German sparrow face. He did not deliberately explain that the mysterious man did not mention Austin Revolt's specific plan. Amirius fell silent for a moment again. "You keep my appearance in your dreams?" "Yes, this is my secret," Klein replied succinctly. Amirius nodded inconspicuously and silently paced a few steps in a small area before looking at German Sparrow again. "There is no problem with your choice." Hearing this, Klein seemed to have received the most effective feedback, and the potion in his body was digested quite a bit. As his deep voice resounded, Amirius turned his body and cast his gaze out the window. He said without any emotions, "That's right. Originally, I didn't plan to sign a contract with the substitute. Instead, I was going to tell Cynthia that there were signs of losing control and that I couldn't get close to her for 5 days. But then, some reasons made me change my mind. If it wasn't for the restriction of the temporary contract, even if I could endure the usual temptation, I wouldn't have been able to resist the magnified desire last night. Of course, if Cynthia knew of the 5-day limit ahead of time, she wouldn't be in a rush to consume the powder ground from the reproduction necklace. That way, she wouldn't sense the mother tree of desire and experience any anomalies. But this way, the Naturism sect would have the initiative. They could find another excuse to make Cynthia consume it. This matter is really targeted at me. What does the mother tree of desire want? Also, what's the reason that made Admiral Amirius make such an important change? Klein vaguely grasped the crux of the matter as he looked at Amirius's side profile. What reason? Amirius spoke without any expression. You don't need to know. For the first time in his life, Klein hated such a response. After some thought, he took out the cracked pendant and threw it to Amirius. This is the reproduction necklace that originates from the mother tree of desire. Amirius raised his hand to catch it and looked down. You can leave now. Go to Bilt and collect your payment. Aren't you worried that I'll know something I shouldn't know? That's right. Austin and Company's plot has already been exposed and learned of by their political enemies. As for Amirius, he clearly wasn't involved in it. Therefore, it's fine even if I don't know anything. Klein imagined that there would be a long-term confidentiality agreement, but he never expected that he could leave just like that. Noticing that Amirius didn't take the initiative to mention another matter, he pointed at him. Closed. Only then did Admiral Amirius look up. He silently took off his tailcoat that included a shirt and vest. Klein originally wanted to use the reason that the difficulty of the mission exceeded the previously agreed upon limit as an excuse to obtain additional payment, but after he vaguely confirmed that Cynthia's matter was because of him, he gave up on the idea out of guilt. He quickly took off his comfortable sleeping robe and changed into his tailcoat. Following Amirius's guidance, he jumped out the window and silently left the garden villa under the guard's blindfold. Amirius put on his sleeping robe, held the reproduction necklace, and walked to the window. He looked at the crimson moon and a few stars in the dark night as he stood there in silence. He stood there without any expression, not changing his posture for a long while. But his tightly clenched left hand loosened slightly, and the shrunken rhinoceros horn-like broken pendant fell to the ground in fragments, piece by piece, piece by piece. At noon the next day, Klein, who had a good night's sleep, left the hotel. He took a carriage to Sweet Lemon Bar and met Bilt Brando in the room on the second floor. It's over? Bilt asked, feeling somewhat relieved and pleasantly surprised. Klein nodded. Admiral Amirius is back. Where's the rest of the payment? Bilt revealed an unconcealable smile. After sending the bodyguards out the door, he personally went to the safe and took out the remaining 500 yuan and a blue cufflink. This is a mystical item made from the Murloc bladder you provided, introduced Bilt. It can provide illusory scales hidden under your skin, making you as hard to catch as a fish. It can also help you withstand a certain amount of damage. With it, you can dive at least 15 meters unprotected and move freely underwater for 10 minutes. It doesn't have many negative effects. It just makes you more tired than normal in hot or dry places. In other words, try not to mix this cufflink with the sun brooch. Klein reached out to take the money and items. Aren't you worried that there will be problems? Bilt joked. Your business is here, Klein replied calmly. What he meant was very simple. If there was a problem, he was not afraid of not being able to find the person responsible. Bilt's smile froze for a second. It doesn't have a name yet. You can give it one. Murloc cufflinks. Klein did not waste his brain cells. Good name. Very vivid. Bilt forced a smile. He paused for a moment before continuing. That artisan said that he can solidify the ritual to summon a spirit world creature on materials with spirituality. It can last for up to a year and a half, but he needs you to provide detailed information. According to the agreement, I'll pay for it. You don't have to worry. Alright, I'll make it into a harmonica. Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and scribbled down the ritual to summon his messenger. Messenger? That's rather rare. It's very difficult for Beyonders outside the death pathway to find a suitable messenger. Bilt took the piece of paper and casually glanced at it. If I accidentally summon a messenger during the crafting process, I need to give her a gold coin. What happens if I don't give it? Spirit world creatures are always strange. I've seen those who love music, and I've also seen those who linger around feces. What happens if I don't give it? Perhaps Marionette Tinker will bring you and the artisans' heads to me. She's a creature with a castle in the spirit world. She might even be stronger than me. Under the circumstances where I don't use the sea god's scepter. Klein lampooned and said in a deep voice, we'll talk about the third promise in the future. All right. Bilt didn't have any objections to this. Following that, he asked out of curiosity, Mr. Gehrman, how did you hide from Secretary Luan, Governor-General Aston, and Miss Cynthia that Admiral Amirius mentioned? Klein tried his best not to twitch his face. Carefully figure it out according to the information. He didn't go into detail as he stood up, held his hat, and bowed. It's time I bid you farewell. It's a pleasure working with you, Bilt replied with a smile. After watching German Sparrow's figure disappear through the door, he shook his head with a chuckle. He muttered to himself, this powerful and crazy adventurer is actually a natural actor? After lunch, his subordinates delivered the day's newspapers. As Bilt sucked on his cigar, he casually flipped through it. His expression suddenly froze. Last night, the newly appointed Governor-General, Ben Conrad, held a banquet at his manor. Newly appointed Governor-General? Aston Revolt has been relieved of his post as Governor-General? Bilt picked up the other newspapers in surprise and saw the same news. With his connections in Orvie, he should have long heard of a major matter like the change of Governor-General. But this time, it had happened extremely suddenly. Most people only learned of the situation after the new Governor-General officially appeared. After a while, a collaborator who secretly served Admiral Amirius entered the room. His Excellency wants you to investigate the people around you and find all the Naturism sect believers. Throw them into the sea, the collaborator conveyed Amirius's instructions. All right, Bilt asked in puzzlement. What exactly happened? Ever since yesterday, the Naturism sect has suffered a heavy blow. His Excellency was assassinated by the Naturism sect. Miss Cynthia was killed, and Secretary Luan was injured. His guards lost quite a number of people. The collaborator gave a simple description. Ah! Bilt was momentarily stunned. Isn't this the person Admiral Amirius mentioned when he was acting? I even specially emphasized it to German Sparrow. Now, Miss Cynthia has been killed, Secretary Luan is injured, and Aston Revolt has been relieved of his post as Governor-General. Bilt's expression turned sluggish as the corners of his mouth twitched. East Chester County's capital, Stone City. Audrey silently listened to a noble lady's words. From time to time, she would chime in and provide an explanation. Audrey, you really are an angel. After chatting with you, I feel a lot more comfortable. Towards the end, the noble lady sincerely praised her. At this moment, Audrey saw a female priest from the Church of Evernight enter. Hence, she humbly greeted her with a faint smile. This priest looked like an ordinary person on the surface, doing the lowest level of preaching, but in fact, she was a secret member of the psychological alchemy. Audrey, the potion formula has already been sent to me, but you need to make sufficient contributions to obtain it, the female priest whispered while no one was paying attention. Audrey's eyes darted around slightly. No problem. However, am Smine, can you tell me its name? The female priest who was addressed as Smine looked around and suppressed her voice. Hypnotist. P.S. Resuming normal updates. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 644. After leaving Sweet Lemon Bar, Klein directly returned to the hotel. Just as he was packing his luggage, the gigantic skeleton messenger suddenly appeared. It had originally wanted to pat Klein on the shoulder, but due to its height of nearly 4 meters, its head had passed through the ceiling, so it failed. All it could do was throw the letter forward as it disintegrated and vanished. Mr. Aztec has finally replied. It's been almost a week. Did the messenger change? It's very similar to the original one. It would give a corresponding reminder. Klein caught the letter and unfolded it. I'm sorry that I didn't reply until today. Perhaps it's because the memories I recovered exceeded the limits of what my body could withstand. I had to sleep for several days before I could adapt. The matter you described is indeed in line with the characteristics of the Marauder pathway. Their corresponding sequence 4 is Parasite. From this point onwards, they possess the beyonder powers of parasitizing others. According to what I know, there are 2 forms of parasite. The first is the basic form. The parasite uses the host to hide itself, extend its lifespan, and recover from its injuries. It can see everything the host sees and hear everything the host hears, but it is unable to interfere with the host's thoughts or steal their thoughts. Therefore, if the host wishes to communicate with the parasite, it has to take the initiative to speak. The other form is full control. The parasite and the host's spirit body are nearly fused. It knows the host's thoughts and intentions, and it can take the initiative to take over the host's body. Against the first form of parasite, it can warn the host through dreams or subconscious conversations. There's no need to worry about being discovered, because the parasite needs to use the host's senses to sense what's happening around it. In the second form, there's no way to bypass the parasite to communicate with the host, but there's also a chance to eliminate it. That is to rely on the host's faith. It's very difficult for me to accurately describe such matters to you. All I can tell you is that when you open your heart and pray, the faith's target will discover the parasite's existence. Through certain rituals, it will give feedback and complete the separation or elimination. Of course, the prerequisite is that the host doesn't know what will happen. Otherwise, the parasite will definitely be alarmed and stop it. Wasn't the situation after what happened to Little Sun back then? He prayed to me in a daze, allowing me to see the existence of Amon's avatar. Then, I hid my intentions and taught him the secret deed ritual, using it to purify the parasite. Klein had a deeper understanding of the matter from before. But I have no way of ascertaining what state the poet is in. When he was in Tingen, he would occasionally mutter to himself. This might be a manifestation of the first type of parasite, but the problem was that it had already been months. The parasite might have already taken complete control of him. I need to confirm this matter before I know what to do. Otherwise, entering the dream blindly will only lead to the parasite discovering my goal ahead of time, making the problem more serious and harder to solve. If it's the second parasite, Bard believes in the goddess, but the goddess has tens of millions of believers. It's unlikely that she would pay attention to a red glove who isn't a blessed or a saint. For example, I, the fool, am different. I always check on any prayers and often provide one-on-one services. This is the state of entrepreneurship. As Klein thought about it, he suddenly felt a little wistful and wistful. He had originally planned on entrusting Emlyn to secretly monitor Leonard Mitchell to figure out if he would often mutter to himself. But considering that the matter of Tinder had already made Emlyn appear in front of Leonard and the parasite, there was a high chance that he would become a target of vigilance and investigation, so he could only rationally give up on this idea. Miss Magicians is only a Sequence 8, a trickmaster. She doesn't have the ability to monitor a parasite at the angel level and a red glove. Miss Justice's identity is a very good disguise. Furthermore, she's also a believer of the goddess, but the problem is that she's now back at her family's fief. She'll only return to Bakeland in June. Mr. the Hanging Man and Ma Am Hermit are at sea, and Little Son isn't even able to communicate with the outside world. There aren't enough members in Tarot, and there aren't enough factions to develop themselves. I can't even find a suitable candidate to help me complete this matter. Among the people I know, Miss Sharon should be the best at concealing herself when it comes to such matters, but I can't contact her, even if I use Miss Magicians and Emlyn. Sigh, I was in too much of a rush when I fled Bakeland, so I didn't consider the consequences. Klein rubbed his temples. Thinking that Leonard was an elite red glove of the Nighthawks, with high-ranking deacons and the church watching over him, the parasite wouldn't dare to do anything for the time being. Therefore, he decided to temporarily suppress the problem and wait until he found a suitable helper. Perhaps after I finish digesting the potion, I'll head east of the Sonia Sea to find mermaids and complete my advancement. Then, I'll return to Bakeland and do it myself. The experienced Klein no longer hesitated as he quickly made up his mind. Inside Sweet Lemon Bar, after the uneasy Bilt dealt with two of his trusted subordinates from the Naturism sect, he finally received good news. "You said that Admiral Amirius has set off for Byam today?" he asked as he stood up with a cigar in hand. His deputy, Sothoth, nodded gently. "Half an hour ago, his fleet left the harbor and headed for the Rorstad archipelago." Phew! Bilt heaved a sigh of relief without hiding it, confirming that the admiral wasn't blaming him. Thinking back to how German Sparrow, a stand-in, had caused the admiral's guards to suffer heavy losses in less than 4 days, causing the admiral's younger brother to be relieved of his governor-general position, his secretary to be injured, and his mistress to die tragically in the villa, he couldn't help but doubt his abilities. Although the responsibility for these matters wasn't necessarily on German Sparrow, with all of them erupting at the same time, it still made people feel that this was the problem of a crazy adventurer. At the very least, he was sufficiently unlucky. And as the person who recommended and hired him, Bilt believed that there was no way he could shirk the responsibility. He would definitely suffer Admiral Amirius's punishment. As expected of a demigod. "You didn't let your anger blind you. Praise the Lord. May the storm be with us." Bilt clenched his right fist and punched his left chest. At this moment, one of the subordinates he sent rushed back. "Boss, German Sparrow has disappeared," the subordinate reported anxiously. Bilt frowned slightly. "Disappeared?" "Yes." After he checked out, he carried his suitcase and circled the streets a few times before disappearing. The subordinate said truthfully. "It's indeed very difficult to monitor an adventurer who can transform into anyone." Bilt sighed. "That's all. There's no need to search for him anymore." Having been targeted by the mother tree of desire once, Klein carefully changed his looks, identity, and residence to prevent himself from being targeted again. And with the gains he gained from acting as Admiral Emirius, he decided to quickly digest the potion through practice. Riding a carriage to the Orvie Hospital Foundation, Klein entered it once again. The person in charge of registration was still Ma Mwana. She looked up and said, "You want to volunteer?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. Wana took out a form and skillfully asked, "You want to volunteer?" "Yes." Klein nodded seriously. Wana took out a form and skillfully asked, "Name?" Klein replied with a smile. Sinbad Warrant. The weather in East Chester County in April was comfortable with lush vegetation and beautiful scenery. It was the perfect season for hunting. Audrey was wearing a black riding suit that hugged her waist and a helmet that protected her head. Together with her maroon mare, she chased after a brightly colored pheasant. With a whoosh, she shot an arrow and accurately hit her prey. As a psychiatrist, her physique had clearly been enhanced. Together with the shooting education she had received from a young age, be it guns or bow and arrow, she was considered pretty good. A golden figure pounced forward and quickly bit down on the prey that had lost its life. It was none other than Susie. "It was a pleasure working with you." The corners of Audrey's mouth curled up as she gave Susie a high five with a bright smile. At this moment, the aristocratic scions that surrounded her, either praising her hunting skills or her training of the hunting hounds. Audrey felt a little ashamed when she heard the latter half of what she said. She had never trained Susie before. The aristocratic scions quickly dispersed and continued their pursuit of their prey. As for the low-ranking priest of the Evernight goddess, Ma Smine, she came over and suppressed her voice to Audrey. "This is the last mission. Once you complete it, you will receive the hypnotist formula." Finally, Audrey's eyes lit up as she silently nodded. Frankly speaking, if she was still the delicate and inexperienced aristocratic lady from before, she would have long given up on accumulating contributions over the past 2 months and requested to purchase the hypnotist potion formula from the tarot. But now, she knew very well that accumulating contributions was also a way to fuse with psychological alchemy and gain more trust. This was a process that would lay a good foundation for obtaining higher sequence potion formulas in the future. Therefore, she patiently did those things that were either interesting or boring. Of course, Audrey didn't waste the past 2 months. She had been listening to the aristocratic scions and their personal maids, guiding them to talk about their troubles and helping them overcome their negative mental state. She was a qualified psychiatrist. During this process, she realized that she had unknowingly grasped the personality flaws and habitual thoughts of the people around her through listening, observation, and guidance. She believed that if she were to deal with any one of them, she could make them suffer or even break down without them noticing. She could even make them take the initiative to help her achieve her goals without them realizing it. It has to be said that this is actually a little terrifying. It's like the monsters and myths and legends that control the mind. As she recalled, Audrey couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Smine wasn't used to riding a horse as she carefully surveyed the area and said, "Stone University's Associate Professor Michel is a collector. Stone University's Associate Professor Michel is a collector. We wish that you can buy a notebook from him during the 20-Year War." The 20-Year War referred to the war that happened between the Rouen Kingdom and the Faisac Empire in the year 621 to 642 of the Fifth Epoch. The former lost the ancient Elf Island, which was also known as Sonia Island. P.S. I recommend a book. Student Seal's Tales of the Cabinet. Yes, it's a very strange name. Chapter 645. Stone University. Associate Professor Michel. Notes from the 20-Year War. Audrey extracted the keywords from the words and glanced at Susie, who was happily running in front of the mare. "Madam Smine, what kind of notebook is this?" "We don't know. We only know that it belongs to the 20 Years' War and is part of Associate Professor Michel's collection." One of its important features is that the patterns on the cover vaguely form a giant dragon. Smin did not hide anything and gave all the information she had. Audrey listened to her quietly while restraining the purplish-red mare. At the same time, she was already thinking about how to complete this mission. It's not too difficult to visit Associate Professor Michel, visit his collection, and make a purchase request for one of them. Although I'm embarrassed to admit it, no matter how you look at it, the possibility of him rejecting me isn't high. Audrey, don't rely too much on these things. The biggest problem with doing this is that it's abrupt. I didn't even know Associate Professor Michel before, so it's difficult to explain why I suddenly want to visit him. Also, I don't know what that notebook means to him. Rashly making a request to buy it might cause him to be vigilant. Jane's brother is a student at Stone University. At the last gathering, he displayed the trait of liking to narrate and discuss. If I were to invite the siblings to an afternoon tea and guide the topic to history, archaeology, and collections, he would likely mention Associate Professor Michel. There definitely aren't many people in a university who can be called a collector. With this as a prelude, I can send someone to visit Associate Professor Michel and make a request to view the collection. Then, during the first visit, I can try not to show my needs. I can observe the host's performance and guide him to show his truest attitude. This will help me make the right request at the right time and in the right way. After confirming her train of thought, Audrey nodded at the female priest, smiled, and smiled. I'll try my best to complete it, but I can't guarantee success. As soon as she finished speaking, she tightened her legs and clamped the reins of her horse. She shot out like an arrow towards a reddish-brown fox that was moving around in the hunting circle. On the turbulent sea, the Blue Avenger was like a leaf that had been blown into the air by a gale. Sometimes it flew, sometimes it fell. However, it maintained an astonishing balance and showed no signs of capsizing. In the captain's cabin, Alger Wilson floated by the window and stared at the mountain-like waves outside. Strong winds swirled around him silently. After an unknown amount of time, he landed on the carpet with his feet. Wind-Blessed is indeed a sequence that can be easily played according to its name. The only problem is that I have to occasionally make myself irascible to match the characteristics of the wind. Alger sighed inwardly without any expression of joy. Over the past 2 months, he hadn't obtained the Ocean Songster formula through his own channels or through transactions in the tarot. After all, it was a sequence 5, the level closest to a demigod. The corresponding formula was already in a situation where there was a demand but no supply. Even if one had a pile of money and was willing to pay a significant premium, it was still very difficult to buy. Normally speaking, joining a corresponding church or organization was the most effective way to obtain a similar formula, but as a bishop of the Church of the Storm, Alger couldn't rely on this method. Due to certain secrets, he had to conceal his strength in exchange for freedom of movement and weak surveillance. This was so that when he had sufficient confidence, he could head to a certain place and complete his long-awaited goal. To his delight, he didn't waste the past 2 months. At the very least, the digestion of the Wind-Blessed potion was progressing well. Wind-Blessed is simple, but Ocean Songster is said to be quite difficult. Does it have to be sung often? Alger couldn't help but turn his head and look at the deck. Although they were separated by rooms, he could still hear drunken sailors singing excitedly, creating a noise that could compete with the sound of the storm. Alger couldn't help but frown. Bakeland, Sherwood Borough, Cindy's Circus. Aren't you performing magic tricks? Why are you dressed like this? A youth asked the woman in front of him, who was wearing a pitch-black pointed hat and a long dress of the same color. I don't know why I dress like this either. Perhaps it's because my brain was frozen by the cold weather the very first time, and it became a fixed style after that. Furs touched her face, which was painted with red butter, and replied with a smile. In ancient times, magic tricks were often mistaken for witchcraft. But this has nothing to do with why I dress like this. She picked up one of the 3 large ceramic cups in front of her and inverted the white ball at the bottom. Then, she quickly switched the positions of the cups and smiled at the youth who had just asked the question. Guess which cup the ball is in? Isn't this one of the gambling methods invented by Roselle the Great? The youth said with interest. But you aren't the croupier, but the trickmaster of this circus. So, I'm guessing that the ball has already been switched by you. All the cups are empty. Furs smiled and said, Congratulations. Congratulations, you got it wrong. She suddenly picked up the cup in the middle, and a white figure suddenly flew out from it. It was a pigeon, and the original ball was where the pigeon had left it. Oh, God! Beautiful magic trick! Very exciting. Amidst the exclamations, Furs looked at the cathedral bell not far away in a pleased manner. She put away her props and returned to the tent where the circus leader was. Are you really resigning? I can double your salary. The circus leader came up to her and said anxiously. Unfortunately, I concluded the Trickmaster principles in mid-March, and I've already completely digested the potion last week. If it wasn't for the fact that the contract ends today, I wouldn't have come. Although it feels good to be treated as a trickmaster, it can't stop me from advancing to astrologer. Teacher said that he'll be coming this week to give me the formula, ingredients, and a gift. What will the gift be? Sigh, the ravings of the full moon are getting more and more terrifying. If not for Mr. Fool, I'd definitely have lost control and become a monster. Furs reached out her right palm and covered her mouth. She yawned lazily and said with a smile, It's like this. I'm actually a best-selling author. My next book's theme is related to the circus, so I came to apply for a job here. A best-selling author? The circus leader's eyes lit up as he asked worriedly and expectantly, Will you write bad things about us? Is there anything bad here? I've been having a good time these past 2 months. Furs took off her black pointed hat. The circus leader revealed a sincere smile. Wall, Wall, can you mention the name of our circus in your book? I will pay you for the advertising fee. Of course, it won't be too much. As you know, I have a lot of people to feed. You can do that? Captain sure is smart. This was the first time Furs knew that advertisements could be published like newspapers and magazines. Furthermore, it was done in a more concealed and natural manner. Amidst the undulating waves, the liners with rows of cannons on both sides steered on a safe course, not daring to deviate at all. To the east of Orvie Island, once one deviated from the correct course, it often meant that one would disappear. Even the pirates didn't dare stray too far from the safe zone. This sea was filled with unexplored regions, filled with all sorts of sensational legends. After more than 2 months of volunteer work and finding 4 opportunities for true acting, Klein bade farewell to his work of carrying patients, scrubbing toilets, and cleaning vomit before boarding the ship that headed for the Gargas archipelago. On the Taro in early March, he had successfully hired the hermit Catlia through a private conversation. He was to rendezvous with her at the Gargas archipelago's capital, City of White, Naz. He would then take Admiral of Stars's ship to the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea, which was a dangerous and illusory sea, in search of the mermaids that lived there. Catlia seemed very interested in meeting the Taro members in real life. Back then, she only thought for a few seconds before agreeing to the world's request. However, due to the level of danger, she offered a relatively high price, £3,000. Klein's first reaction was to give up and take Mr. the Hanging Man's ghost ship. However, considering the fact that the latter had quite a number of sailors from the Church of the Storm with him, he didn't have much freedom. Furthermore, heading to the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea was indeed very dangerous, so he finally agreed to Hermit's request. As for the other party, she would wait near the Gargas archipelago for a month, starting in early April. Beyond that, the cooperation would be terminated. In order not to waste the £1,000 deposit, Klein didn't wait for the digestion to be completed. He set off from Orovie Island and headed straight for the Gargas archipelago. Of course, with the conclusion and the opportunity for true acting, he was already very close to digesting the faceless potion. Even if he didn't do true acting and continued his activities as German Sparrow, he could still complete it in 2 to 3 weeks. Due to this reason, coupled with the identity of the world being bound to German Sparrow, Klein turned back into a crazy and powerful adventurer after leaving the hospital. However, he did a certain disguise. Looking at the undulating sea outside the cabin, Klein finally saw the port city that used white rocks as the main building material. The easternmost colony of the Fasak Empire, the capital of the Gargas archipelago, Naz. I've finally left the country. Klein watched as a fishing boat loaded with whale meat sailed into the port. The boorish vibe seemed corporeal. At the same time, he discovered that many ships flying pirate flags were docked at the port without any reservations. Indeed, the east side of Orovie Island is a paradise for pirates. Klein wore his hat and carried his luggage. After the liner came to a stop, he walked out of the cabin and took the ladder to the dock. After taking a few steps, he saw a group of pirates who seemed to be in conflict with a local gang. Both parties drew their weapons and clashed loudly. Klein calmly passed by without any intention of stopping them. At this moment, he saw a suspected local take out a few cans of food from his pocket, open the lids, and throw them into the middle of the road. What's the meaning of this? Klein nearly laughed as he thought of an item famous at sea. Canned wolf fish. Canned wolf fish that was popular on the east coast of Fasak, the Gargas archipelago, and other places. Just as the thought surfaced in his mind, an indescribable stench drilled into Klein's nose. His face twitched a few times as he forcefully endured the discomfort in his body and quickly left the area. As for the pirates who were attacked, a small number of them vomited on the spot. The rest hurriedly dragged their companions and fled, as though they had lost all their combat strength. A minute later, in a hidden corner, the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, squatted down and silently retched. 9 Heavens Divine Sovereign. Chapter 646. The smell of canned wolffish is really pungent. Not only is it smelly, but it's also disgusting. It's basically a biochemical gas. Klein squatted in a corner and took more than 10 seconds to recover. In that instant, he had underestimated the smell of canned wolffish and failed to respond effectively. He didn't use paper figurine substitutes or create invisible air tubes to pretend that he was breathing underwater. Now, he finally realized how wise his decision to not open canned wolffish in public was. Phew! Klein exhaled and slowly stood up. He picked up his luggage and walked out of the dock. His first impression of this city called Naz was that most of the houses were white and stone materials were widely used. Secondly, it wasn't too far north, but the temperature was rather cold. Even though it was already April, the temperature was only a few degrees Celsius. Thirdly, there were many whaling houses. Gigantic beluga whales were dismembered into skin, meat, fat, bones, and gray amber. The latter two could be used to make a skirt for a banquet dress, and the other was a top-grade spice. Be it as incense or as a perfume, it was a luxury that only wealthy nobles could enjoy. As for the white whale's skin, meat, and fat, they also had their own uses. They could be made into clothes, food, and refined into oils. In Naz and the Gargas archipelago, the cooking of the white whale had already formed a unique culture. There were all kinds of techniques and famous restaurants. Klein passed by one whaling house after another and saw the separated fat being carried by a carriage towards a factory that was spewing black smoke not far away. It was an oil refinery that was extremely unique to Gargas. The white whale's fat would be refined into whale oil there. It would be filled into bottles and barrels, becoming an outstanding fuel and the blood of certain industries. Very unique. Klein exhaled white gas as he stood by the side and watched for a while. After leaving the harbor and arriving in the city, he heard a cacophony of Fasak. Having mastered ancient Faesac, which was the origin of the northern continent's language, Klein was already familiar with the language of the northern barbarians. He turned his head and looked over. He saw tall people with blonde hair holding banners as they marched on the street. The banners at the front clearly stated their demands. Oppose the indiscriminate hunting of white whales. We need sustainable development. Klein almost lost his composure. He immediately believed that the concept of sustainable development was 99% invented by Roselle the Great. Turning his gaze, he looked at the banners behind him and became more and more aware of the purpose of this demonstration. Whaling for survival, not for pleasure. Humans are not as noble as the white whale. Greedy demon, leave Nas. At this time, policemen in gray uniforms with shields, pitchforks, and clubs stopped the march. After a short argument, the scene quickly became intense. Many young people in the parade threw open cans of wolffish and lit bottles of liquor stuffed with cloth strip. The police also stopped restraining themselves and pushed back, using their shields to block the blows. Klein pinched his nose and looked at the fire on the street. He found that many pedestrians did not feel anything. Apart from a small number of onlookers, the rest were heading to their destinations as usual. It seems like this is something that often happens in Nas. Could it be that demonstrations have evolved into conflicts? As expected of the Faesac Empire, Klein mumbled to himself, circled around the street, and found a random hotel to stay in. He still used the name German Sparrow to register. He wasn't worried that the information spread by Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy would make the Church of the Evernight Goddess treat him as a faceless. This was because he didn't plan on searching for mermaids who had become believers of the goddess on the whaling route. He planned on heading straight for the dangerous zone in the easternmost part of the Sonia Sea. As for his safety in the Gargas archipelago, there was no need for him to worry about it. This was a colony of the Faesac Empire, and the only legal religious organization was the Church of the God of Combat. They were extremely hostile towards the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Klein was originally worried that he would encounter many faceless here, the kind that would encounter 7 or 8 faceless when he went next door to enjoy whale cuisine. After serious consideration, he rationally eliminated such a possibility. Firstly, Beyonders of the Seer pathway were rare to begin with. Klein had only encountered 3 Beyonders that exceeded Sequence 8. Secondly, Sequence 6 Beyonders weren't weeds that could be found everywhere. Even though this was a paradise for pirates, those with a bounty of 5,000 pounds were considered rare. Thirdly, faceless were prepared. They would board a whaling ship to search for mermaids. They would either begin to believe in the goddess, sink to the bottom of the sea, or become a researcher. Otherwise, they would be extremely intelligent. They would seize the opportunity to advance successfully and leave safely. Few of them would stay in the Gargas archipelago for too long. In all of Nas, other than me, there aren't more than 2 faceless. Klein straightened his clothes. He wasn't in a rush to contact Admiral of Stars Catlia. In a good mood, he went to the streets and searched for delicacies according to what he had heard during his travels. Raw beluga whale slices, fried whale steak, skinned whale oil, roasted whale meat. Klein was like an authentic tourist as he went to 3 different restaurants and tasted different foods. It's not bad. It's quite unique. The fishy smell isn't too strong. Instead, it's very appetizing and tempting. Burp. Klein covered his mouth and came to the street. He discovered that there were few street lamps, but the houses on both sides of the street were brightly lit. To a certain extent, it alleviated the darkness of the night. The cold wind tore through the sea, causing Klein to raise his hand to pull up his collar. The blue cufflink converged its luster as it was deeply embedded into his wrist. Compared to a ring, an item like a cufflink was more in line with German Sparrow's persona. Therefore, Klein didn't blame the artisan for changing the requirements without permission. As for the harmonica that was enchanted with the ritual of summoning a spirit world creature, It was completely in line with Klein's intentions. It could be used for a year and a half, and it was silvery white in color, exquisite and beautiful. When he received the harmonica, Klein imagined this scene: a crazy and powerful adventurer leaning against the side of a ship in the quiet night under the deep moonlight, playing a sad melody with the harmonica. Unfortunately, the harmonica couldn't produce any sound. It could only be used to summon Rionette Tinker. Shaking his head indiscernibly, Klein walked steadily on the cold and empty streets of Naz and returned to the inn. After using sleep to adjust his condition, he went to Grey Amber Street the next morning and entered a grocery store called Crazy Whale Dance. Looking at the white-haired boss who was a head taller than him, Klein rapped the counter with his finger and said in Faceac, "You're right. Buy whale oil." The boss's face was crisscrossed with wrinkles, but he only wore a coat made of beluga whale skin. The light-colored patterns on the coat had a strange sense of beauty. "How much?" The boss was gulping down strong alcohol and didn't care about the messy display of goods. 1¼ buckets, Klein replied according to the agreed code. The boss slowed down his drinking as he placed the brownish-green bottle on the counter. "Do you want a sip?" The purest Nepos, the mistress of all Faceac men. This was a special distilled alcohol of Faceac. It was brewed from potatoes or grains, and it was famous for its high alcohol content. It was as stimulating as flames. Compared to Sonia blood wine, it was cheaper and more popular among ordinary Faceac people. "There's no need." Klein shook his head. The boss chuckled softly. "What kind of man are you if you don't drink Nepos? Is there only a lady left in Rouen?" He gulped down another mouthful. "Who introduced you?" "Ma am Geertmius." Klein said a name that was a mix of styles. The boss suddenly exhaled, and the strong smell of alcohol immediately lingered in the surroundings. He staggered to his feet like a white bear performing in a circus. After instructing the staff, he led Klein all the way to a small room on the second floor of the warehouse. "Let me find it. Let me find it," the boss mumbled as he squatted down. Klein controlled the twitching of his face as he recalled a popular joke in the kingdom of Rouen. Question: when are the men of Faceac not drunk? Answer: when they are in their mother's womb. After waiting for a while, Klein saw the boss find a pure crystal ball. Then, the drunken, white bear had his back facing Klein as he rubbed the crystal ball with both hands and began muttering in ancient Hermes that was difficult to pronounce. The room gradually darkened as all the dark corners seemed to emit a strange suction force. The crystal ball quickly lit up as the figure of a woman in a classic black robe appeared. She had an oval face and very fair skin. Her eyes were dark purple with a hint of mystery. "I've seen the true appearance of another tarot member." Klein took a step forward and took the crystal ball. On the other side of the crystal ball, Katlia also saw World clearly. He had black hair, brown eyes, and a thin face with sharp edges. She narrowed her eyes and hesitated for a second before opening her mouth. "German Sparrow?" She found that the true strength and standards of the tarot members were much stronger than she had expected. World was actually the Mad Hunter German Sparrow, a pirate admiral. "There's nothing wrong with my previous judgment of the world. Reserved, deep, experienced, and ruthless, Admiral of Stars didn't find herself too surprised. "Yes, Madame Katlia." Klein gestured for the boss to leave the room. When it became extremely quiet, Katlia spoke again. "I'm curious, how did you recognize me? I'm always careful when I go to parties." Back then, the world, who had requested a private chat, had immediately called her Admiral of Stars. It had truly given her a fright. It was also because of this factor that she chose to accept World's commission. "It's a secret." Klein smiled politely. As he didn't want the other party to associate it with Mr. Fool, he added calmly, "That's right. Your eyes are very special. Can I take that as a compliment?" Katlia smiled in realization. She believed that the world had only suspected that she was Admiral of Stars through her eyes and other details, but he wasn't certain. Therefore, he had probed her with words, and her reaction told him the correct answer. Klein didn't respond and instead asked, "What's the matter? When are we leaving?" Chapter 647. Admiral of Stars Katlia thought for a moment before answering, 8:00 tonight. 8:00 tonight, Pier 6. Not bad. There's no delay at all. Klein nodded slightly. All right. Just as he said that, the light in the crystal ball suddenly converged. The figure in the classic black robe turned darker and more blurry before quickly vanishing. With the crystal ball that had become extremely ordinary, Klein turned around, opened the door, and walked out. Looking at the boss who was leaning against the wall and gulping down alcohol, he casually threw the crystal ball at him. As the boss caught it in a fluster, Klein unhurriedly walked down the stairs and left the warehouse. After exiting the frenzied whale dance, he took out his golden pocket watch, pressed the switch, and looked at the time. It's almost noon. Most bars are open. Klein stopped a rental carriage and told the driver in Faceac that he was heading to Lairdal Bar. In the local language, it meant Dawn Bar. It was a place where adventurers gathered in the Gargas archipelago. To Klein, the gathering of different intelligence and information was rather meaningful. This might help him make the most accurate judgment at a critical moment, allowing him to escape the misfortune of losing his life. Therefore, even though he didn't like bars, he had to frequent them. He would order a glass of beer with rich wheat fragrance and quietly sit in a corner of the bar, listening to the people around him discuss the interesting and important matters that had happened at sea. In addition, he also wanted to know if Roy King, who was imprisoned in the City of Generosity Byam Governor General's office, had been rescued. Over the past 2 months, Snake of Mercury Will Ausepton hadn't entered a dream again. Similarly, Fate Counselor Ricardo hadn't summoned a messenger to provide clues to powerful mystical items. About 20 minutes later, the carriage came to a stop as a huge sign, Lairdal Bar, appeared in front of Klein. He habitually took out a 2 soldi note and paid the carriage driver. Only when he saw the carriage driver's slightly boorish face did he suddenly recall something. This was overseas. This was a colony of Faceac. It had its own common currency. The smallest was the kopeck, followed by fullion, and above that was the gold horn. They maintained a very user-friendly decimal system, making the conversion very easy. I forgot to go to the bank to exchange for kopecks and fulva. I've already used up all the money I had previously at the hotel and restaurant. Klein was just about to observe if there were any banks around when the carriage driver happily received the 2 1 soldi note. He checked them a few times and smiled until the coarse skin on his face glowed. Thank you for your generosity. Are gold pounds, soldi, and pence also hard currency here? Yes, the Gargas archipelago isn't too far from Toscarter and Oravi. Many items are sold to these 2 places. Furthermore, many Rouen adventurers like to head to the White Whale Sea. It's indeed normal for the local people to privately circulate the currency of the Rouen Kingdom. Rouen's industrial and economic strength are stronger than the Faceac Empire. It can even be said to be much stronger. Gold pounds are much stronger than Kinhorn. Wait a minute. Klein alighted the carriage and walked towards the Lairdal Bar as he recalled the carriage driver's surprised face. Suddenly, he recalled something. 1 gold pound could be exchanged for 5 gold horn. That also meant that 2 soldi was worth 5 fulva. And in the City of White, the cost of renting a carriage for an hour was 4 fulva. Anything less than an hour was counted as an hour. It was no wonder the carriage driver was so happy. Klein looked back, but he had no idea where the carriage had gone. Phew! With a light exhale, Klein pressed down on his hat, pushed open the heavy wooden door, and entered the Lairdal Bar. In this world, bars near the docks or industrial zones often sold lunch and dinner. Therefore, they would open at around 11. At that moment, there were already many adventurers who had nothing to do gathered in front of the bar. They ordered liquor, smoked fish, and greasy soup. They ate happily with bread. Drinking Lanti-proof and Nepos for lunch? Are they planning on getting drunk the entire day? This custom of Faceac is really hard to accept, Klein mumbled as he walked to the bar counter with a deadpan expression. He sat in a corner and rapped the wooden counter. 2 pieces of toasted bread with red sausages, a portion of smoked whale meat, a portion of thick vegetable soup, and a glass of Gras beer. Gras beer was rather popular on the east coast of Faceac. It wasn't uncommon in places like Sonia Island and the Gargas archipelago. Newcomer. The bartender looked up at Klein. That's a total of 4 fulva and 6 kopecks. He's a newcomer if he doesn't drink liquor? Klein ignored the bartender's question and threw a 2 soli note over. It was worth 5 fulva and 5 kopek. Realizing that he was German Sparrow, Klein resisted the urge to get the bartender to give him change. He treated it as a tip. Of course, in a bar in Bakeland, such a large amount of food would cost about 2 soli. After receiving the tip, the bartender didn't ask any further. He quickly poured a glass of Gras beer and pushed it in front of Klein. The beer was black in color and had thick foam. It had a charred flavor when it entered the mouth. Amidst the mellow flavor, there was a hint of stimulation. It made Klein feel that the alcohol content was on the high side, and he suspected that liquor had been mixed in. While waiting for the food, he sipped his beer and quietly listened to the adventurers around him chat. And the group's topics were mostly focused on who had made a fortune, who had been killed by pirates, who had killed the pirate captain without asking for the bounty, and instead took over the other party's subordinates, who had an illegitimate child with a woman in Nas, and who had performed poorly in a brothel, becoming a laughing-stock. When the Gargas specialty soup made of beets, onions, cabbage, carrots, fish, and cream was served to Klein, he finally heard something interesting. An adventurer lowered his voice and said to his companions, "Have you heard? There's a quaternary ruin to the east of Gargas." "No. Who discovered it?" his companions asked in surprise and curiosity. The adventurer looked around and said without much thought, "Garrett discovered it. As you know, he's a navigator who's good at diving. As he was drunk, he was blown off the deck by a storm and sank to the bottom of the sea. To his surprise, he discovered the wreckage of a steel building. It's definitely a human steel building." "And then?" his companions pressed. The adventurer chuckled. Garrett followed the wreckage and discovered an abandoned well of unknown depth. It was already filled with seawater, but it still gave him an extremely deep and terrifying feeling. Holy Lord of Storms, this might lead to the core of the planet. He said that something inside seemed to be summoning him. He didn't dare explore it and floated to the surface in fear. Deep sea well. A strange sense of attraction. This might not be a ruin from the 4th epoch. Perhaps it's from the 3rd epoch or the 2nd epoch. Little Sun once said that in the Dark Epoch, sea monsters submitted to Elf King Saniathrim and helped him rule the bottom of the sea. Sweet, salty, and slightly sour. Klein drank a mouthful of the soup and picked up the smoked beluga whale meat. The adventurers didn't talk much about Garrett's encounter, because there were no exciting gold, jewelry, mystical items, or beyonder ingredients appearing. They quickly chatted about a few adventurers who weren't on good terms with each other. They mocked the adventurers for marrying beautiful local girls, but after a few years, they had all turned into fat and muscular women, the kind whose strength was comparable to a low-sequence beyonder. Finally, they concluded that this might be due to the small amount of giant blood flowing in the Phasacian's veins. They didn't talk about anything of value until Klein finished his lunch and focused on drinking. However, there were more and more people in the Lairdal bar. Suddenly, the heavy door opened and slammed into the wall. A young man wearing a top hat with obvious Loanese ancestry rushed in and shouted nervously, "Don't worry. Is there anyone from the Adventurer Association?" "Yes, Bilt still owes me an item creation." When Klein saw the young man nervously look back, he instinctively believed that he was being chased by someone. Before he could decide whether or not he should help, 3 adventurers stood up from different corners. One of them was more than 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and bulging muscles. His hair was light yellow and his blue eyes were deep-set. He was very eye-catching. His strength feels like it's corporeal. This is a beyonder of quite a high sequence. Klein retracted his gaze and turned back into a spectator as he looked at the bar's entrance. Soon, a man in a linen shirt and a brown jacket appeared. He was of medium build, and his lips were purple. His brown eyes hid a strong malice that he tried to hide but could not hide. Klein immediately thought of the portrait on a certain wanted poster. It belonged to King of Immortality Agolito's second mate, Slaughterer Curtius, with a bounty of 9,500 pounds. This is a notorious pirate. Klein tensed up as his gaze locked onto the man. His left hand hung down naturally as his body prepared to pounce forward at any moment. Curtius swept his gaze at the 2-meter-tall giant before looking at Klein. Suddenly, he retracted his gaze and turned to leave the Lairdal bar's entrance without any hesitation. Very decisive and alert. Klein frowned slightly. He believed that he hadn't revealed any killing intent. Even his gaze was controlled very well. Is he worried about the giant, or is his intuition that sharp to a certain extent? Just like a devil's premonition of danger? Klein gulped down the rest of the glass beer and didn't participate in the private conversation between the Adventurer Association members. Instead, he left the bar and came to the street. Now, he didn't wish to stir up any new problems other than finding mermaids. Surveying the area, Klein discovered that Slaughterer Curtius was long gone. Hence, he silently returned to the inn. City of Silver, inside the spire. Derek Berg met the 6-member council's chief, Colin Iliad, once again. He clearly remembered that nearly 70 days ago, the other party had told him that he would be going on an exploratory mission in about 2 months. He needed to be prepared. Chapter 648. Are you ready? Colin's back was facing the window as he asked in a normal tone. Derek, who was wearing the Axe of Hurricane, lowered his head slightly. I'm ready. Over the past 2 months, with the help of his repeated patrol missions and arduous practice, he had completely grasped the various beyonder powers of High Priest Sunday. He wasn't too far from digesting them. What he wished for the most now was to obtain the Sequence 6 potion formula of the Sun Pathway in the next 2 or 3 tarot gatherings, so as to establish a foundation for his continued advancement. The release of Shepherd Lovia gave him a strong sense of danger. He believed that only by reaching the same Sequence 5 could he effectively restrain her and eliminate the latent danger of the City of Silver. However, with his proficiency in the acting method, and no lack of beyonder ingredients, as long as he could survive the repeated patrols and exploration missions and accumulate enough contributions, Sequence 6 was definitely a target he could aim for. However, Sequence 5, which required a specific ritual, was rather difficult. The grizzled, disheveled Colin nodded. In another 2 days, I'll lead an exploration team to the vicinity of the Giant King's Court. I'll do a second cleanup of Afternoon Town that we previously found. And your powers are very suitable for such matters. Afternoon Town. Derek, who had been crazily revising on his mythological knowledge in the past few months, wasn't unfamiliar with this term. This was the path that the Kingdom of Silver had to take to head to the Giant King's Court. There, humans and giants lived together in the town, surrounding the residence of an ancient god that was forever frozen in dusk. It was like the final door from the real world to the mythological legends. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek couldn't find a reason to reject. City of White, Nas, in a particular hotel. Klein sat behind a table, looking out the window at the constantly changing clouds as he quietly waited for the evening to arrive. At 8, he would board the flagship of the Star Pirates at Pier 6, the Future, and head for the easternmost side of the Sonia Sea. Regardless of what happened in the Gargas archipelago and this sea region that was known as a pirate's paradise, it would no longer have anything to do with him. That was why he was tolerant of the pirates who walked the streets and alleys, mingled in bars and casinos, and did not attempt to hunt them, lest they disrupt his plan to find mermaids. My spiritual intuition tells me that Slaughterer Curtius from Noon seems to be targeting me. If he really wishes to deliver himself to my doorstep, I wouldn't mind it too much. Yes, I'll look down on him strategically, but I'll pay attention to him tactically. Without using the sea god's scepter and tinder, I'm, at best, slightly stronger than him. I'm better at being well-rounded and uncanny. Klein half-closed his eyes as he imagined the countless spheres of light gathered together. Using this, he quickly entered a cogitation state to maintain his spiritual acuity. After an unknown period of time, his spiritual perception was triggered and he opened his eyes. At this time, the sun had already set in the west. The fiery red color was burning the sea, and the shadow of the curtain was very long in the room. The shadow seemed to come alive. It first swayed and swayed, then twisted and stood up, projecting itself onto the wall. It was pitch black and gloomy, as if it was formed from the viscous malice at the bottom of the human heart. Klein watched this scene without any expression. He raised his left palm and slowly extended his fingers. The pitch-black shadow's voice was coarse as though it was holding a piece of sandcloth in its mouth. It looked at Klein and said, "German Sparrow, don't interfere with what happened at noon. This is the will of the King of Immortality." With that said, the shadow slid down like flowing water, dispersing into the darkness and returning to its original state. Klein didn't pay attention to the shadow's changes. Instead, he cast his gaze outside. He could sense that the person controlling the shadow was somewhere on the opposite street. Therefore, he had no intention of attacking the illusory entity. Indeed, Slaughterer Curtius recognized me as the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, who enjoys hunting pirates. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to turn around and leave at noon. He wasn't necessarily afraid of me, but there were other relatively powerful adventurers back then. The powers he displayed just now resembled that Desire Apostle from Bakeland. He's becoming more and more like a beyonder of the devil pathway, using the King of Immortality to scare me. Do you think that will make me submit? I had no intention of interfering at all. In that case, I'm a little curious. Forget it. Finding mermaids is of utmost importance at present. I can't create any accidents. Klein retracted his gaze as he lampooned inwardly. He was originally thinking of reporting this matter to the Church of the God of Combat in Naz, but after serious consideration, he realized that it was meaningless. The Church of the God of Combat was the only legal religion in the Fasak Empire. It did have more high-sequence beyonders than the Church of the Evernight Goddess, but only by a little. Even with the demigods of the Fasak royal family and the military, with its vast territory and numerous colonies, they were similarly lacking in manpower because there were too many critical places that needed protection. Far from the empire, the Gargas archipelago, which was located in an ordinary location and only had a flourishing whaling industry, was undoubtedly second in line. There were no saints guarding it. According to Klein's prior knowledge, the Gargas Archbishop of the Church of the God of Combat was only a Sequence 5 guardian. Together with an executioner from the tribunal, a baron from the royal family, and a brigadier general from the military, they formed the top beyonder combat power here. Of course, the existence of sealed artifacts was key to ensuring the rule of this place. Klein suspected that the Church of the God of Combat in Naz had at least one Grade 1 sealed artifact. Only then could they cooperate with the fleet and beyonders to ensure that the whale oil refinement industry and the gray amber trade industry weren't controlled by pirates. They also ensured that this place wouldn't become a vassal of one of the four kings. They ensured that they could last until reinforcements arrived in the event of a sudden attack. It was precisely because of this that the official forces of the Gargas archipelago were constantly in a defensive state. As long as the pirates didn't cause any major trouble, they were allowed to freely enter and leave the archipelago. It's useless to report it. It's no wonder this place is called a pirate's paradise. It's no wonder Bilt wants to organize an adventurer association. Klein sighed and gave up on his previous plans. After dinner and some rest, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it to check the time. Seeing that it was already 7, he began the ritual. He summoned himself and responded to himself, bringing different items in and out of the gray fog to adjust his equipment. As he was going on an adventure at sea on the future, the Murloc cufflink and various charms from the sea god's domain were necessary. Therefore, Klein left Tinder and the brooch of the sun above the gray fog. With creeping hunger as his main force, he matched it with the biological poison bottle and a revolver loaded with different Beyonder bullet. He still had 7 purification bullets, 13 demon hunting bullets, and 2 exorcism bullet. After putting on his coat, Klein stuffed the brass Aztec whistle and the wallet containing 50 pounds into his inner pocket. Then, he put the silver adventurer's harmonica and the charms together. After doing all of this, he touched the pistol under his armpit and wiped the blue cufflink on his left wrist. He buttoned up his double-breasted frock coat, wore his half-top hat, and picked up the black suitcase that only contained a change of clothes and a few daily necessities. He opened the door and walked out of the inn, taking a carriage to the harbor. After waiting at Pier 6 for a while, he saw a gigantic sailboat slowly appear in the distance. Based on his limited knowledge of ships, Klein knew that a sailboat of such a length wasn't scientific. However, this didn't stop it from slowly advancing over the dark sea as it steered towards the lighthouse that emitted light. As the sailboat approached, the flag gradually became clearer. The crimson but weak moonlight allowed the people at the harbor to see 10 white stars of the same size. And those stars circled a cold eyelashless eye. Admiral of Stars! The future! The pirates and sailors guarding the ship let out exclamations of astonishment. All the docks in the harbor were instantly filled with a restless mood. After more than 10 seconds, the cannons on the 2 sides of the mountain nervously adjusted themselves and aimed at the gigantic sailboat that didn't attempt to conceal itself. Gong! 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 The distant cathedral emitted a melodious and ethereal chime. It happened to be 8 o'clock. As the tension in the harbor became more and more obvious, the future came to a stop. At some point in time, a lady dressed in a black classic robe had appeared at the bow of the ship. Her clothes were covered in different symbols and magic labels, making her look like a powerful warlock from ancient legends. Under the crimson moonlight, the area in front of her suddenly lit up. Resplendent starlight scattered down, forming a long, transparent bridge. The long bridge kept extending forward and landed on Pier 6. She's quite impressive, as expected of one of the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, she's an admiral that's on a higher level than Iceberg and Ailment. As Klein sighed, he wished to cover his face with his hand. He didn't wish for others to know that the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, had cooperated with Admiral of Stars Katlia. At this point, all I can do is maintain my persona. Once I'm done digesting it and return to the northern continent, there won't be a German Sparrow anymore. Klein walked out of the shadows, pressed down on his half-top hat, and steadily walked up the long bridge that was condensed from starlight. His feet were firm as metal. Klein straightened his back as he unhurriedly walked to the future that was docked outside the harbor under the sights of the cannons and indecipherable gazes. The long bridge beneath his feet was transparent as the dark blue seawater that was nearly black gently swayed. It made people with acrophobia turn limp. Thankfully, I'm already a clown. I've even jumped over bell towers. Klein walked the last 10 meters with a cold expression before stepping onto the future's deck. Facing Admiral of Stars Katlia, whose eyes were black and hair purple, he wasn't nervous at all. He took off his hat and bowed. Good evening, ma'am. Chapter 649. As Klein bowed, Katlia, whose black hair was simply draped over her shoulders, converged her purple eyes, as though they had turned into an abyss that could suck in souls. The mysterious aura that she had to begin with became even more obvious. She saw that deep in German Sparrow's ether body, the astral projection's surface was a lightless, pure darkness. In the fine spots, there were dark currents surging with infinite changes. She saw that German Sparrow's left hand was bright, but it was dyed with a rich blood color. She saw that German Sparrow's cuff had an azure blue luster, and in his left pocket, there was silvery white flowing. The colors were bright, as though they were connected to the illusory spirit world. Around them, there were many objects that resembled tides and illusory winds. She saw that green and black light intersected in German Sparrow's right pocket. Under his armpit there were 2 points of gold, silver, and bronze. His chest was grayish-white, as though it was rotting death. For mystical items, beyonder artifacts or spirituality charms in units of 10. Catlia's eyes were a little dazzled as she couldn't help but close them for a moment. She nodded. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow." Even though he was a powerhouse who had been famous at sea for many years, a veteran and outstanding figure among the 7 pirate admirals, she rarely met a person who could arm himself to the teeth with beyonder items. Of course, it wasn't as though she had never seen or possessed more mystical items, beyonder artifacts, and spirituality charms. However, they had secret organizations backing them, with several ships and more than 1,000 pirates under them. Many of the items had to be handed over, distributed, or sold to maintain and strengthen their factions. There weren't many items that could be left in their hand. This, not many, was relative. It was almost comparable to what German Sparrow had now, but through various exchanges, Catlia had reduced them to two items that were sufficiently powerful and mystical, matching the identity of a pirate admiral. Apart from the luster that represented different items, Catlia's black eyes that were tinged with dark purple could vaguely tell that German Sparrow wasn't real enough, as though he was hidden in a thick curtain of shadows. This is the reason why he gave me the feeling that he wasn't a living person on the tarot? His secret isn't small. At the very least, it involves a sequence 3 saint, or even a higher-level angel. Catlia didn't dare to take another look. Her eyes weren't as deep as before. At the same time, she gave a self-deprecating laugh. She found some of her guesses regarding the world and German Sparrow comical. Involving a sequence 3 saint, or even an angel of a higher level. There's no problem with that because he's like me, a member of the Tarot Club. It definitely involves Mr. Fool, who's suspected to have awakened an ancient god. After exchanging greetings, Catlia didn't make any small talk. She led him to the cabin's entrance. At this moment, the stopped Future set sail once again, drawing a long arc on the surface of the sea as it followed the whaling route east. The tense atmosphere in the Nas port dissipated as a result. Gazes from the sailors were cast over, but Klein didn't feel uneasy at all. Instead, he surveyed the area and said in a relaxed tone as though he was returning home, "There are fewer people than I imagined." Catlia turned her head to glance at him and simply replied, "It's extremely dangerous to head east of the whaling route. It's extremely dangerous to head east of the whaling route. Only Ludwell frequently heads there, as though he's searching for something. Apart from the Future, the other pirate ships won't head there. Similarly, I've placed most of the sailors on other ships. There's only the minimum number of sailors left to ensure the voyage." A very rational move. Ludwell, that Admiral Hell Ludwell? When Mr. the Hanging Man first mentioned him, it was said that he had begun his voyage to explore the eastern end of the Sonia Sea. Klein nodded slightly and didn't speak further. This was a bearing that belonged to German Sparrow. He observed his surroundings in silence and discovered that the deck, walls, and masts of the Future were covered in mysterious and abstract symbols. The entire structure seemed to overlap into a gigantic ritualistic magic. Just like the Golden Dream, it's a sailboat of the mystical type, but it's not at the level of a ghost ship. Compared to Admiral of Stars and Vice Admiral Iceberg, Tracy, who has only been a pirate admiral for a few months, is clearly weaker. There's nothing special about the Black Death. Klein retracted his gaze and followed Katlia to the cabin's entrance. Waiting there was a man in suspenders and a white shirt. He was in his 30s and had a muscular build. His hair was so thick that his exposed forearms seemed to be covered in a brown sweater. He wore a round-brimmed hat with a dent in the middle. He revealed a hearty smile and extended his right hand. The future's first mate, Frank Lee. "Good evening, Mr. Sparrow." Frank Lee, poison expert with a bounty of 7,000 pounds. Klein instantly recognized him. Considering how German Sparrow didn't have the habit of shaking hands, he bent his back slightly. "Good evening." Frank Lee retracted his right hand and glanced at Katlia. His smile didn't diminish. As he said, "You seem to know me?" "That's right. I once took a photo that appeared on my wanted poster." "Don't mind what poison expert. I'm a very friendly person, as long as I don't face those darn fellows. My greatest hobby is to study soil, crops, and hybridization technique. Believe me, this is the future of humanity. But the people from the Church of Earth Mother don't believe it." Katlia introduced him to Klein in an extremely secretive manner. "He's originally someone from Earth Mother? The hybridization technology is quite good. Only by increasing production can we feed more humans and increase the poverty threshold." Klein looked at Frank Lee and said calmly, half politely and half sincerely, "You're right, Frank Lee. That's a good thing. You are indeed an adventurer who doesn't care about the views of the secular world. Excellent, excellent. There are too few people like you in this world." Frank Lee's blue eyes revealed a clear look of pleasant surprise. "I only attempted to hybridize bulls, cows, and wheat, allowing calves to grow like wheat, but I was nearly sent to court by the Church of Earth Mother. Merciful Mother, they don't truly understand your will. Hybridizing bulls, cows, and wheat. You devil!" Only then did Klein realize that the hybridization techniques he understood were completely different from what Frank Lee was saying. He maintained his expression and didn't give any explanation. Under Frank Lee's sudden surge in enthusiasm, he walked down the corridor with Admiral of Stars Katlia. After stepping onto the staircase and arriving at a higher level, Klein's spiritual perception stirred as he cast his gaze towards the shadows to his side. The darkness distorted as a figure grew out. It was a thin but pale figure. The skin on his cheeks was nearly transparent, and his nose bridge was incongruously high. He had a sickly look to him. "This is the second mate of our future, Heath Doyle," Frank Lee introduced with a smile. "Bloodless Heath, whose bounty is higher than yours, reaching 7,600 pounds? Klein quickly matched it with the correct bounty. Heath nodded as a form of greeting before silently shrinking back into the shadows. "He's a Rose Bishop." On the way to the captain's room, Frank Lee enthusiastically talked about Heath Doyle's matter. "He directly told me his second mate sequence?" Klein nearly pricked up his brows. He secretly glanced at Admiral of Stars Katlia and discovered that she looked a little helpless. "Are you very curious and worried? Are you afraid that he's a devout believer of the true Creator, a corrupted lunatic?" "No, haha, he's a lucky fellow. Due to an accident, he was sprayed with a potion concocted from a Rose Bishop's Beyonder ingredients despite being an ordinary person. It slowly seeped into him, and he managed to survive, eventually becoming a rather special Beyonder. As he didn't experience the listener stage, he wasn't corrupted and didn't become a lunatic. As long as he doesn't proactively use Beyonder powers like listen, he will always be an ordinary person," Frank Lee said in a flaunting manner. "What an enviable fellow." He instantly reached sequence 6, and he didn't lose his mind like sea serpent Cavituous. Klein sighed inwardly as he watched Admiral of Stars open the door to the captain's cabin. Katlia pointed inside and said, "Your room is diagonally opposite. Your room is diagonally opposite. Frank will bring you there. If there's anything you need, you can come here to find me. You can have your meals at the dining hall. You can also get Frank to send someone to deliver food to your room at any time. It mainly depends on the method you prefer. Admiral of Stars handles matters very efficiently. Yes, a mature and intelligent lady. Klein praised inwardly as he replied without a change in expression, "You can have your meals at the dining hall at any time." All right. Seizing this opportunity, he took a look at the layout of the captain's cabin and found that there were bookshelves, full-length mirrors, tables, and carpets. He actually knows how to read. Isn't he unable to digest the knowledge instilled by the hidden sage? Klein thought in amusement. At this moment, Frank Lee, who saw that both parties had finished their conversation, enthusiastically promoted his product. "Mr. Sparrow, would you like a baked potato tonight? It tastes like beef, but it really is a potato. Will I get sick if I eat it?" Klein replied coldly, "I don't eat supper." "Fine." Frank Lee shrugged and was about to lead Klein to his room. At this moment, Katlia thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Mr. Sparrow, you must have hunted many enemies and obtained many spoils of war. I wonder how many Beyonder characteristics you have left? Maybe we can use them to offset the rest of the fare." Klein pondered for a moment before answering frankly, "That's right. Most of them have been sold. There's still Interrogator, Pugilist, and Madman left." He didn't mention the all-black eye, nor did he mention the Nightmare Beyonder characteristic. As expected of the most famous adventurer in recent months, even after selling most of them, there are still 3 Beyonder characteristics left. Katlia sighed inwardly as she pondered. "I want Pugilist." She had a warrior subordinate from the Gargas archipelago who had long accumulated enough contributions to apply for an advancement. P.S. Thank you for your well wishes, everyone. Chapter 650. With regards to Admiral of Stars's request, Klein had no reason to reject it. £700. Very fair. Katlia did not bargain. Under normal circumstances, a Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic was worth £600 to £700, but if one encountered someone in urgent need of it, a premium was common. After all, such an item might only appear once in a long period of time at a Beyonder gathering. Klein didn't immediately complete the transaction. His expression didn't change as he lifted his suitcase. "I'll give it to you tomorrow." He didn't bring the Pugilist Beyonder characteristic with him. Most of the valuable items had been thrown above the gray fog. Admiral of Stars Katlia wasn't surprised by German Sparrow's answer as she nodded. No problem. She had encountered many similar situations. This often meant that there were items placed together with the Pugilist Beyonder characteristic that couldn't be known to outsiders. Therefore, it was impossible for German Sparrow to open the suitcase in front of her and complete the transaction on the spot. A crazy adventurer always had some secrets. Katlia paused for a second and added, "Yes. Your room won't have any prying devices." She had seen what she needed to see. "It doesn't matter." Klein curled his lips and smiled indifferently. His previous plan was to use Aztec's copper whistle, Will Septon's paper crane, and other items during the ritual or when he entered the world above the gray fog to resist the prying eyes of mysticism. Then, he would use the bathroom to avoid physical surveillance. Of course, he wasn't worried that Admiral of Stars would go overboard. This wasn't because he believed that she was afraid of the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow, but because he felt that there was no need for Katlia to do so. She likely had softer and more covert means of observation. For example, inviting a Beyonder of the spectator pathway. Klein took off his hat, bowed, and followed poison expert Frank Lee to his room. Watching him leave unhurriedly, Katlia turned around and entered the captain's room. She picked up her thick glasses and put them on the bridge of her nose. Bakeland, south of the bridge, Harvest Church. In the eyes of ordinary people, Bishop Utravsky, whose height was already that of a half-giant, put down the Holy Bible in his hand and looked around the prayer hall. "There are more and more believers." "Really?" Emlyn White, who was wearing a brown priest robe, wiped the candlestick and spoke without even lifting his eyelid. He knew that after the great smog of Bakeland, the number of believers of Mother Earth had increased significantly. In the past, it would be a miracle if 3 to 5 people came to pray on weekdays and evenings. Now it was often close to 10. Father Yutravsky looked down at the busy vampire priest and chuckled. As long as you're not blind, you can see it. You've contributed a lot to this. If you hadn't concocted the potion, cured the plague, and sincerely taught the students about medicine, it would have been very difficult for our faith to be accepted by the people of this area. Emlyn held the cloth, straightened his back, and raised his chin slightly. I'm just acting. Wait, what do you mean by our faith? Who's with you? His face twitched a little, then he smiled and said, Speaking of blind people, I recall a joke I saw previously. It's said that there's a shortage of blind people in Bakeland because they're widely believed to be the most suitable candidates to be referees. Father Yutravsky skipped the joke and said benevolently, Regardless of the goal, you've made an outstanding contribution to the spread of the faith of Mother Earth. And this also proves that you have a kind heart. Pooey. That's what I said back then. Why didn't you believe me? Emlyn looked up at the father's massive figure and silently retracted his gaze. After he was done with the church, he changed into his normal clothes, wore a silk top hat that blocked out the sun, and walked to Rose Street. He secretly sized up his surroundings, but he didn't find any signs of being monitored. That red glove named Leonard really hasn't appeared again. I thought that after exposing his secret and buying tinder, he would keep investigating me in secret. Emlyn White shook his head indiscernibly, his heart filled with puzzlement. In the beginning, he had wanted to use the theory of the hanging man to bring in the Red Glove's investigations to interfere with the surveillance of the upper echelons of the Sanguine. He would then use the Church of Earth Mother and the Blessed, Father Yutravsky, to achieve a perfect balance. However, things didn't develop as he had expected. Leonard Mitchell seemed to have quickly left Bakeland. At the end of February, Emlyn took a detour to 7 Pinster Street during one of his trips, only to discover that no one lived there. Without thinking about it, he walked to the end of the street, got into a rental carriage, and headed straight for the Odora family's villa. After being led to the study on the first floor by an attendant, Emlyn saw several Sanguine who had just come of age, including a fellow Sanguine who had already become a baron. He's not looking for me alone? He thought for a moment, stood at the closed door, and said to the owner of the place, Cosme Odora, Baron, wasn't it Lord Nibs who summoned me? His Lord Baron was spoken calmly as if he was calling the other party's name directly. That was because he was also a vampire baron, but it had not been announced yet. Cosme was a middle-aged gentleman with an air of elegance. You are all the elites of the blood race's younger generation. My grandfather has entrusted me to give you some tests. What test? Asked Russ Bathory, the other Sanguine baron who had inherited the inheritance. Cosme drank a mouthful of the dark red blood mixed with wine and surveyed the area. Perhaps you aren't aware, but the Life School of Thought's Snake of Fate has been missing for some time. As Emlyn White and the other Sanguine exchanged looks of surprise and confusion, Cosme continued, But I believe all of you should know very well that the Life School of Thought is an organization that barely holds together. But I believe you should know very well that the Life School of Thought is an organization that barely holds together. The Beyonders who believe in fate and regard themselves as transcendent and rational, and the believers who worship the primordial moon and seek the essence of life and spirituality formed an alliance under the immense pressure of the 7 churches in the early 5th epoch. Due to the existence of the Snake of Fate, there haven't been any major problems internally. The worship of the primordial moon has always been limited and fixed in a symbolic sense. Furthermore, it has been fused bit by bit through master-disciple inheritance and the exchange of formulas. Unfortunately, with the disappearance of the Snake of Fate, this process has been disrupted. The believers of the primordial moon quickly became fanatical, and a schism appeared between them and the faction that represented fate, resulting in an intense conflict. This matter was used by Rose School, causing them quite a bit of damage. Seeing that Emlyn White, Russ Bathory, and the other Sanguine were still somewhat puzzled, Cosme, who had explained the background, went straight to the point. Those who worship the primordial moon are our eternal enemies. They have been hunting us all this time to concoct potions to obtain strength. Now we can't let go of this opportunity. There's a name list here that records the situation of a few primordial moon believers. Whoever can find their whereabouts and kill them will be the victor of this test. My grandfather, as well as the various lords, will not be stingy with their rewards. If a portion of it is completed, it will be calculated in terms of quantity. Of course, these have all been selected. They are within your strength. The rest will be tracked by the various lords. When Emlyn White heard the first half, although he was filled with contempt and hatred for the artificial vampires, he had no intention of joining in. He felt that it was too troublesome, tiring, and noisy. He might as well stay at home and converse with his puppets. When he realized that this was a competition between themselves, he vaguely sensed the gazes of Russ Bathory and the other Sanguine on him. Emlyn suddenly straightened his back and raised his chin. No problem. His scarlet eyes slowly swept the other creatures in the room. On the future, in a spacious room that had an attached bathroom, Klein stood by the window, looking at the undulating blue sea as he breathed in the cold winds that blew from the north in a good mood. This flagship of Admiral of Stars had already separated from the other ships and was beginning its own voyage. After an unknown period of time, 2 whaling ships appeared in front of him. The moment they noticed the future's fluttering flag of stars and eyes, they immediately reacted in a nervous manner. They quickly adjusted their positions so that their sides were facing this direction, and their cannons were ready to fire. At the same time, the cannons that used explosives to fire javelins and harpoons also turned in the same direction. The tall, blond fishermen of the Gargas archipelago held their spears as they stood or crouched. They were abnormally vigilant. Klein noticed that there were women who were about the size of Hulk. It was obvious that they were especially heavy and capable of fighting. The future didn't mind their welcome as it continued driving deep into the whaling sea route. After sailing for a while, Klein saw a few pirate ships in front of him. They were surrounding the periphery of the sea route, seemingly up to something. The future didn't stand on ceremony as it approached. The pirate ships immediately retreated into the distance like birds that had been shot. Sensing the future slowing down, Klein turned around and left the room in puzzlement. Just as he approached the captain's cabin, he saw Admiral of Stars Katlia walk out. This lady wore a pair of thick glasses on her nose bridge, concealing her mysterious purple eyes. She glanced at Klein and succinctly said, "Someone discovered a ruin from the 4th epoch at the bottom of the sea. Someone found a relic from the Quaternary at the bottom of the sea here. Someone discovered a ruin from the 4th epoch at the bottom of the sea." Bottom of the sea? A ruin from the 4th epoch? Klein instantly recalled the rumor he had heard in Lairdal Bar. So this news has already spread? I was wondering why it was so easy to hear. He muttered inwardly in enlightenment. Divine Sovereign of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 651. Klein was somewhat curious about the results of the exploration, so he didn't ask further. He walked past the captain's cabin and headed down the stairs. After taking a few steps, his throat felt itchy. He couldn't help but press his fist to his mouth and cough. Klein wasn't surprised by this situation because it was something that was bound to happen. He had definitely carried the biological poison bottle for more than 2 hours last night. Only when it was late at night and he confirmed that Admiral of Stars had no intention of attacking did he move the mystical item into the black suitcase. As a result, he tragically fell ill. Of course, he hadn't carried the biological poison bottle for too long. His body wasn't in a weakened state, so his illness was relatively mild. It was just a simple sore throat. Katlia, who was slowly following behind, saw this scene, but she didn't find anything wrong with it. Instead, she felt that it was normal. Mystical items definitely had negative effect. This was a rule that knowledgeable Beyonders knew. Furthermore, they had learned from the 7 churches and labeled items with severe negative effects that were difficult to carry around for long periods of time as sealed artifacts. The reason why Katlia had sold or exchanged many of her low and mid-level mystical items was firstly because she wanted items that were stronger and could raise her survivability. Secondly, the variety of negative effects was also a problem. Often, one could avoid one, but not the other. Some of the negative effects would even stack up, resulting in an effect that was greater than 2. To Beyonders, the disadvantages outweighed the benefit. She discovered that German Sparrow had used mystical items, Beyonder weapons, and spirituality charms to arm himself to the teeth. Amidst her surprise, she was already guessing what kind of negative effects he would suffer. From the looks of it, it was only a simple illness for the time being. With steady footsteps, Klein came to the deck and immediately saw Frank Lee. He was still in his white shirt and overalls. His sleeves were rolled up high, and his arms were stained with mud. He didn't seem afraid of the cold winds that blew down from the clear sky. "Good morning, Gehrman." Frank waved his hand warmly. "Come, take a look at my latest product. This is definitely the most popular item on the sea." As he spoke, he raised his other hand. In his palm was a thick and fat fish of unknown species. "No, I don't want to know what kind of monster you've created." Klein stopped and looked at him coldly. Frank Lee didn't notice anything wrong with his attitude. He took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed it into the fish. Then he made an opening. The gurgling blood flowed out and accurately fell into the large beer mug on the deck, but there was not the slightest smell of blood. "Can you smell it? What an intoxicating aroma!" Frank Lee half closed his eyes and said fervently, "This is a fish with red wine as its blood. The wine also contains a lot of nutrients." Klein found himself at a loss for words. Frank looked at the sailors around him in excitement and said to Gehrman Sparrow, "Captain, I'm here. Do you know what troubles us the most at sea?" That meant that the wine had run out and they had yet to reach the shore. As long as this fish can quickly reproduce and become the main product of the sea, no matter where we go, we will never lack for alcohol. Yes, they will be divided into different species. Some produce Lanti-proof, some produce Nepos, some produce red wine, and some produce beer. Beer has to be made from sharks or whales, otherwise there won't be enough to drink. Isn't the most troubling problem the lack of water? Of course, most of the time, you use beer to replace water because it's less likely to rot. Poor fish. Just as Klein was pondering over how to respond to Frank, Katlia came to the deck. She walked past him and asked her first mate, "What's the matter?" She walked past him and asked her first mate, "Is Nina ready?" "Yes, she's already finished a bottle of Nepos." Frank pointed to a shadow created by the sail. The so-called preparation is to drink a bottle of Nepos, a specialty of Fasak. Nepos that can be struck with matches? Klein suddenly felt that the lady named Nina mentioned by the first mate likely had Fasak blood. "Captain, I hope it's a bottle of Sonia blood wine." A female figure slowly stood up from the shadows and walked out. She was more than 1.8 meters tall, and her blonde hair was casually tied into a high ponytail. Her facial features weren't outstanding, but she had clear Fasak characteristics. Her skin was white and her eyes were light. This lady named Nina wore a tight-fitting black outfit that looked like it was made of fish skin. It seemed to fuse together from top to bottom, completely outlining her hot figure. This style was rather sexy to begin with, and Nina's breasts were the type that exceeded the limits of foul play. It was obvious what the surrounding pirates were looking at her with. Klein was a little embarrassed and wanted to look away, but he realized that German Sparrow wasn't such an inexperienced person. All he could do was empty his gaze and look at Nina's face. "Gehrman, this is our bosun, Nina." She's also the navigator's assistant. Haha, her sequence name is Seafarer. Frank Lee continued introducing without holding back. This poison expert is very simple when it comes to researching hybridization. I remember now. This Ma Am Nina's bounty is 3,600 pounds. Her nickname is Seabed Killer. Sigh, I've seen too many wanted posters. I can't even recall some of them. Klein looked into Nina's eyes and nodded calmly. Good morning, Ma Am. Nina held back a smile as she sized up Klein. Good morning, Mr. Sparrow. I'm very curious. Is Vice Admiral Ailment as charming as the rumors say? As a female pirate who had spent a long period of time in the lower echelons of society, she had always been frank and direct when it came to men and women. She wasn't bashful at all. She originally wanted to directly ask German Sparrow if she wasn't charming enough, or if he was the cold type, which resulted in him completely ignoring her without any reaction. However, considering that the person standing in front of her was a powerful fellow, an adventurer who had nearly successfully hunted Vice Admiral Ailment, a lunatic who could draw his gun and shoot at any moment, she rationally retracted her teasing words and asked about Vice Admiral Ailment in a roundabout manner. How am I to answer you? Klein fell silent for a moment. Her bounty is very charming. Nina was taken aback for a second, unsure of how to continue the topic. All she could do was turn to look at Admiral of Stars. Captain, shall we begin now? Katlia, who had her bounty flashed in her mind for some baffling reason, nodded at Nina. Begin. Just as she said that, Nina strode to the side of the ship. With a push of her right hand, she jumped straight into the sea and swam downstream like a black fish. At the same time, with a few splashes, a few sailors jumped down to provide support. She began without any buffer. This lady has the bearing of the Church of the Storm. As expected of a beyonder of the sailor pathway. Klein looked out the ship and couldn't help but cough twice. Are you sick? Frank Lee asked directly. Klein nodded indifferently. A little. Frank thought for a moment and didn't greet him. He ran back to the cabin and ran off somewhere unknown. By the side, Katlia nudged her thick glasses and smiled. Frank is a toxicologist and an excellent doctor. She's indeed from the planter pathway. Klein didn't ask further as he stood there, waiting for Nina to complete her initial exploration. Noticing the sudden silence to the point of awkwardness, Katlia took a few steps forward and casually said, In another day we'll leave the whaling channel. In another day we'll be out of the whaling channel. We're still at least a week away from that ocean, Klein thought and raised a question. In fact, it'll be even further north, and there's a roundabout route. I know of a secret sea route that can allow us to reach the ocean you want in 2 to 3 days. Katlia's gaze pierced through the thick glass and landed on Klein's eyes, as though she was trying to figure out what he knew about the extremely dangerous ocean. Klein thought for a moment and simply said, Very good. Very good, that's exactly what I wanted. In addition, that ocean is closer to an illusion than reality. Katlia retracted her gaze in thought and looked at the cabin's entrance. Frank Lee ran out, holding a green apple in his hand. This is another result of mine. I've crossbred medicine and fruit, turning medicine into enjoyment. He handed the apple to Klein with a beaming smile. I'm afraid that my condition will worsen if I eat it. Klein glanced at Admiral of Stars and saw her nod gently. Although he appeared calm, he reluctantly accepted the apple and bit down on it. It had the taste of a normal apple, but there was more liquid and the flesh was softer. After taking a few bites, Klein realized that his throat suddenly stopped hurting. He had no idea when his coughing stopped. I have to say that this is truly miraculous. As long as it doesn't involve animals or humans, Frank Lee should be considered a genius that's highly regarded in the Church of Earth Mother. Unfortunately, he eventually became a devil-like fellow. Klein looked at the poison expert and said frankly, I've been cured. Very good. Very good. Frank didn't praise himself as he casually introduced the pirates on the deck to Klein. After a while, Nina and the supporting sailors swam out of the sea and returned to the captain. In her hand, she held a metal bar that was so rusted that its original form was indistinguishable, and a patch of hard black soil covered in honeycombs. She grumbled to Katlia, "Captain, there's no such thing as a deep-sea well. That well isn't even as big as my breasts. Of course, it's very deep and dark. I don't know what it is hiding." She gestured in front of her. Exaggeration is a common trait of pirates and adventurers. Katlia nodded, not using the word exaggeration. "The diameter of the well is so small?" Klein looked at the item in Nina's hand in puzzlement. He politely avoided Nina's body, which was dripping with water. Katlia synchronized her gaze with his and said, "Tell me the details. P.S. Tomorrow's 2-night watch time is normal, but please recommend tickets for Monday in advance." Chapter 652. Nina was a pirate who had worked her way up from the lower ranks. Although she was irritable most of the time, she was definitely experienced. She was considered a relatively reliable person. After some thought, she described seriously, "That well is rather deep at the bottom of the sea. I needed sufficient buffer time to adjust to the pressure and temperature there, so it took me a long time to reach it. It wasn't easy to discover, but the remnants of the steel buildings were rather obvious. I found them the moment I adapted to the environment. They had completely collapsed and rotted. There's no way to imagine what they originally looked like. However, I can tell that they were definitely not small in the past. It's just that they've shrunk a lot now." When Nina said that, she chuckled and swept her gaze across all the men present. A real female pirate is indeed different. Klein immediately sighed inwardly. From his point of view, be it Admiral of Stars Katlia, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, or Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, none of them were considered pure female pirates. This was because they came from large factions or secret organizations. When they were low-sequence beyonders, they were either not at sea, following important figures, doing relatively safe things, or they were independent adventurers. They weren't influenced by the style and atmosphere of low- and mid-ranking pirates. After Nina finished laughing, Katlia pointed at the rusty object in her hand that was difficult to describe as a metal strip. "This is a portion of those steel buildings?" "Yes, Captain. As you know, I don't know much about history or mysticism, so I could only bring some back for you to study. You're an expert in this area." Nina smiled as she handed over the metal strip. Then, she pointed at the remaining black soil that was covered in honeycombs. "Not far from the steel ruins, I found that well. It's really not big. If this can be described with the word huge, then I must have seen many huge cannons. Those drunk adventurers are better at bragging than us pirates. This is the soil inside that deep well. I can't imagine how these marks were formed." Nina's fingers repeatedly struck the honeycomb-shaped spots on the black soil. At first, Klein thought that they were traces left behind by the concentrated shooting of small objects, but after careful observation, he suspected that they were the remnants of a corrosive pattern. Each spot was very shallow, and the edges of the spots spread slightly and irregularly in all directions. As Nina handed the black soil to Admiral of Stars Katlia, she continued describing it. "That well is really very small. Even a child from Nas wouldn't be able to crawl into it. It's very deep. I even feel like it has no bottom. In that environment, its interior was dark and gloomy, as though something was slowly calling out to me. Yes, slowly. I found a few stones nearby and threw them in, but there was no response. In short, it was filled with water." Katlia raised the metal bar and the black soil. Through the thick glass lens, she carefully examined it. "Since the mouth of the well is very small and humans can't enter it directly, there's no need for us to start exploring now. It'll be very dangerous. Once I figure out the secrets hidden in these 2 items, and if the ancient well is valuable enough for us to take the risk, we'll return to make an attempt." "All right, Captain." The drenched Nina shivered from the cold wind, causing the surrounding pirates to stare straight at her. Katlia nudged her glasses and said to Nina, "You can drink a bottle of Sonia blood wine today. You can drink a bottle of Sonia blood wine today. Everything else is unlimited." Long live Captain! Nina cheered in extreme joy. An ancient well at the bottom of the sea that humans can't enter. Klein, who had no desire to explore it, summarized Nina's description inwardly. Suddenly, he had a wonderful idea. Just because humans couldn't enter the ancient well at the bottom of the sea didn't mean that non-humans couldn't. Many deep-sea fish weren't that huge, so there was a high chance that they could pass through the well. And as a sea god, when wielding a scepter, he had sufficient means to control sea creatures. There's no rush. I'll see what M. Hermit can figure out from these two items before deciding if I should explore it on the return trip. Otherwise, I might incur some exaggerated danger. There's currently a lack of information on such matters, so there's no way to divine it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein remained expressionless. At this moment, Katlia turned her head to glance at him curiously before retracting her gaze without leaving a trace. Why is she suddenly looking at me? Why is she looking at me? It's impossible for her to know that I have the sea god's scepter, allowing me to control sea creatures. No, she knows, but she knows that Mr. Fool wields the godhood scepter left behind by sea serpent Cavituous, not the world. Unless she's seen through the fact that the world is the fool. But that's even more impossible. Even Mr. the Hanging Man is still stuck at the level of the world being a blessed. She didn't even realize this. Let's change my train of thought and consider it from the perspective of Admiral of Stars. She's a person pursued by knowledge, and she has followed Queen Mystic and is loyal to the Moses ascetic order. She has roamed the seas for many years and has seen and experienced many things. It's not strange for her to know that the sea god domain has the beyonder powers to control sea creatures. Therefore, after discovering that humans can't pass through the ancient well at the bottom of the sea, she naturally made the connection to the scepter in Mr. Fool's hand. She plans on requesting the corresponding help in the future? She thinks that I'm observing to see if the world has the corresponding information and if he has similar thoughts? Klein immediately thought of many things. With the powers of a clown, he forcefully maintained his indifferent expression and didn't have any abnormal reactions. When Nina went to collect the Sonia blood wine, Klein pressed down on his hat and returned to the cabin's entrance. As he approached the door, a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. In a room on the upper level of the cabin, the windows were tightly shut and the curtains were covered. A pair of blurry eyes hid behind the curtains as it silently watched the people on the deck, watching German Sparrow. Who is it? Klein didn't stop in his tracks. His body didn't show any signs of stiffness as he entered the cabin normally like before. At 3 in the afternoon, bright but not scorching sunlight shone upon a garden near Stone University. Michel Duth, who was already a senior associate professor at the age of 40, was wearing a long tuxedo for banquets and a beautiful bow tie as he waited patiently by the door. Yesterday evening, he had received a letter. The sender was an attendant of the most powerful noble family in East Chester County, Earl Hall. The writer was the daughter of the extremely influential Member of Parliament, Miss Audrey Hall, who was known as the most dazzling gem in Bakeland. This noble lady mentioned in the letter that she had heard from a gathering that Mr. Michel Duth was an outstanding collector. As an enthusiast in this field, she wished to pay a visit. Michel Duth had no reason to reject it. Soon, an elegant carriage with the family emblem drove to the door. 2 servants, who had already received instructions, opened the outer door made of steel fences and led the carriage around the garden to the front of the house. A housekeeper walked down first, followed by the guards and maidservants. Following that, a hand wearing a long white gauze glove reached out. With the help of the maidservants, Audrey gracefully stepped onto the carpet that Michel had laid out ahead of time. Michel was first taken aback before his eyes lit up. She felt as though the flowers in the garden beside her had lost their color. He took 2 steps forward and took off his hat to bow. "Welcome, honorable lady." Your visit is an honor for me and my family. Audrey took off her gauze hat and handed it to the maidservant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she followed Michel Duth through the living room and into the collection room on the first floor. Here, Michel seemed to have regained her confidence as the owner. She started from the left side and pointed at the collection. Starting from the left edge, she pointed at the collection and introduced, "This is a helmet that appeared during the White Rose War. After a long period of research, I can confirm that its owner is a member of the Sauron family. Back then, they were still part of the royal family. The golden helmet was intricately designed. There were decorations that resembled flying birds, and the visor was made up of metal scales. My ancestor obtained his first noble title during this war," Audrey replied with piqued interest. She had adjusted her mental state ahead of time, making it seem as though she was really here to visit. The defeat in the 20-Year War caused the kingdom to suffer many years of humiliation, but it also produced many heroes, Michel flattered her indirectly. The White Rose War happened after the 20-Year War and before the Battle of the Violated Oath. Rouen defeated Intis and became powerful again. Michel continued introducing her collection as Audrey listened attentively. From time to time, she would raise questions and interact with her. Finally, Michel pointed at a notebook with a black cover. It belonged to a knight who was stationed on Sonia Island during the 20-Year War. This knight's name has already vanished into the annals of history. Only this notebook proves that he once existed, and that he once defended Sonia Island to the very last moment. Not only is this notebook first-hand information for studying that period of history, but it also hides certain problems. That knight has many unusual habits when it comes to grammar. This might be a clue that can help us figure out his exact identity. Audrey instinctively believed that this notebook was her target, so she leaned closer. Indeed, she found inconspicuous lines on the black cover. Together, they outlined a rather abstract dragon. From Associate Professor Michel's tone and subtle expressions, his interest in this notebook is mainly focused on the content and not the notebook itself. He doesn't particularly cherish it. I have a high chance of buying it. Audrey calmly made a judgment. She turned her head and smiled at Michel Duth. What kind of unusual habits is it? He likes to use short sentences, very short ones. Michel described as though he was showing off. Audrey had always been a good listener. She looked at her with a smile and listened attentively, allowing Michel to say more. As she listened, she suddenly felt that the knight's grammar habits were somewhat familiar. That's... Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she quickly recalled the source of the familiarity. It was a grammatical habit of Dragonese that she had seriously studied and basically grasped. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendations for Monday. Chapter 653. A knight who knows Dragonese, to the point where he mainly uses Dragonese during critical stages of his growth. It's no wonder psychological alchemy wishes to obtain the notebook he left behind. Audrey came to a realization as she reined in her thoughts. She happily and seriously discussed the grammatical problems with Michel Duth. Soon, they ended their discussion of the notebook as Michel began introducing the subsequent collections. Time ticked by as the tour gradually came to an end. Audrey had originally planned on raising the request to buy it the next time, so as to make the matter appear unclear, but the friendly atmosphere and the natural foreshadowing made her acutely sense that this was an opportunity. Hence, with the powers of lie, she blushed in embarrassment. Mr. Duth, the Sauron royal family helmet that originated from the White Rose War is a very good item to commemorate my ancestors. Pardon me for asking, but can I buy it from you? There's also the notebook from the 20-Year War. As I'm very impressed with the knights who defended Sonia Island, I similarly wish to have it. I know this isn't a polite request, but I hope you can understand my feelings. Of course, you have the right to reject it. Her eyes darted around as she dodged his gaze. She was doing it on purpose, making herself appear timid and pitiful. Michel instantly subconsciously moved her gaze away as she said with a gentle voice, I'm a collector. I'm a collector. I won't sell my collection. His tone and choice of words aren't firm enough. The information I've gathered indicates that he's a gentleman who places great importance on his reputation. Directly using money to buy his collection is probably something he can't accept. The psychological alchemy didn't get someone else to complete this mission. On the one hand, it's to accumulate contribution points for me, and on the other hand, it's likely because of Mr. Associate Professor's attitude towards this matter. I have to use a different method. Before Audrey came here, she had already carefully formulated a different plan based on the information she had gathered. After some thought, she diverted the topic and asked, "Mr. Duth, I heard that you are seeking to establish an antiquity research institute within Stone University?" "Yes, that's my goal for the past few years." Michel looked at Audrey again and answered frankly. Audrey smiled faintly and said, "I'm very interested in this field of research, and I respect you very much. I hope to see you achieve your dream. Oh, I wish to donate £1,000 in cash to Stone University and your college, as well as 2,000 acres of land nearby, as well as a rather profitable manor. I want to establish a foundation for the collection and preservation of antiquities. I know that this isn't enough, but I will lobby the ladies and gentlemen I know to make a certain contribution." Note 1. Mr. Duth, you are the most professional antique collector and researcher I know. Are you willing to be the person in charge of this charity fund? 2,000 acres of land near the university is worth about £6,000. Adding the manor and cash, Miss Audrey has donated nearly £10,000. With such a charity foundation for the collection and preservation of antiques, the difficulty of applying for my research institute will be reduced to a minimum. Michel fell silent for a few seconds before revealing a sincere smile and bowing solemnly. "Honorable Miss, I'm touched by the importance you place on academics. Its brilliance is comparable to your beauty and upbringing. I believe I have no reason to reject your invitation. I've already copied the notebook's contents. I'll send it and the helmet to your mansion tonight. This is a gift from a sincere friend. Success." Audrey was delighted, wishing to praise herself. However, she maintained a reserved expression and didn't do anything rude. "It's my honor," she said sincerely. Although the two collectibles were definitely not worth £10,000, she wouldn't suffer any losses from it. In her plans, this proposal contained 3 goals and 3 rewards. The first goal was naturally to obtain the items and complete the commission, allowing her to successfully obtain the hypnotist potion formula from psychological alchemy. The second goal was to raise her reputation, status, and image by donating to research and preserving ancient objects. This was something most nobles and tycoons did. Even without today's donation, Audrey would still donate £3,000 or more to various charitable organizations every year. Therefore, she believed that her father, Earl Hall, wouldn't stop her from doing something similar with the small amount of property under her name. The third goal was to establish a foundation that focused on the collection and preservation of antiques. It was easy for her to come into contact with valuable historical information and mysterious items. Audrey didn't need to appear personally. Just by sitting at home, she could obtain items that could be of help to her. It was equivalent to using £10,000 to leverage more funds and establish her own faction. Of course, if Michel Duth didn't accept the exchange, she had other plans. The Hall family was in the kingdom's Higher Education Commission, as well as the noble friends she knew. As long as the associate professor had the corresponding needs, she would definitely be able to find a way to satisfy him. However, Audrey didn't like such a method. She found it dishonorable, as though it harmed the public's interests. After discussing the matter, Audrey stayed for a while longer and chatted for about 15 minutes, making the ending of the matter seem less abrupt. Following that, she bade farewell and left Michel's place, taking a carriage back to the Hall family's villa in Stone City. At around 8 in the evening, she received the Sauron royal family's helmet and the notebook from the 20-Year War as promised. Audrey wore a pair of white gauze gloves and sat in front of the desk with piqued interest. She placed the helmet to the side and seriously flipped through the notebook's content. She discovered that the records were very fragmented. The early stages were mainly about how the knight stationed at ancient Elven Island learned how to brew Sonia blood wine, how he chased the ladies around him, and how he spent his boring time. The middle and later stages of the 20-Year War were mainly about cursing the Phasacians, grumbling about his companions, and considering how to defend his position. It ended after Sonia Island was lost for the first time. Apart from the fact that the grammar is similar to Dragonese, there aren't many problems with it. I can't tell where the clues are hidden. Audrey frowned slightly as she closed the notebook. She had used mysticism methods to check it, but she still didn't find anything. This made her not wish to waste any more time. She planned on handing it over to psychological alchemy. As her thoughts raced, she suddenly had a new idea. Mr. Fool, Mr. the Hanging Man, always considers problems from different perspectives and gives suggestions. Should I learn from them? Thinking about it from another angle, assuming that there's nothing wrong with the notebook's contents, then what psychological alchemy pursues is the notebook itself. What's so special about it? I didn't notice it just now. It belongs to a knight who's used to using Dragonese. That knight must have experienced something. Divination. Right, divination. Perhaps I can use divination to find the knight's final whereabouts or initial traces with the help of this notebook. And this might very well be related to a dragon. Since it's a dragon, there's a high chance that it's a mind dragon. It's a representative of the spectator pathway. The clues related to it are indeed worthy of psychological alchemy's attention. Audrey, that's a good train of thought. Audrey's eyes lit up, as though there was an obvious radiance hidden in them. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at the golden retriever sitting beside her. Susie glanced at her owner and barked. "Audrey, do you want me to praise you?" "No, there's no need." Audrey turned her head back in shame. Then, she discovered an important problem. She didn't know how to divine, or it could be said that the accuracy of the revelations she received from divination was very low. There's no way to verify it. No, I can still seek help from Mr. Fool. A secret deed ritual? This seems like it can only be used on me and not on external objects. Artificial sleepwalking? It's similar to a secret deed ritual, so it won't work either. Sacrificing it to Mr. Fool and letting him help with divination before bestowing it to me. No, that won't do. That's not respectful enough. He isn't my father or teacher, but a true deity. Using such a method is too casual and a little blasphemous. Audrey's train of thought gradually developed from Mr. Fool to divination. Although she wasn't very good at divination, she still had a certain understanding of the corresponding mysticism knowledge. She quickly locked onto a particular type of divination method. That was to use a certain ritual to request a third party's power, to request an unknown, mysterious existence to give an answer. The most typical example of such a method was magic mirror divination. Yes, it's indeed very dangerous, but the danger lies in the fact that the person I'm praying to might be filled with malice, or that mere contact will cause me to break down. As for me, I don't have such worries at all. I'm making a request to Mr. Fool. Audrey blinked and repressed the excitement in her heart. She turned her head to the golden retriever and said, "Susie, guard the door. I'm going to use mysticism methods to check this notebook." "Didn't you just use it?" Susie asked in puzzlement. "She's getting harder and harder to fool." Audrey's eyes darted around slightly as she said frankly, "I plan on trying magic mirror divination. Don't worry. I have a safe target to request it from." "All right." Susie confirmed that Audrey was telling the truth. It took a few steps before turning around and exhorting her. "Audrey, you have to be careful of being possessed by the projection of a mysterious existence." "I know," Audrey replied without the slightest worry. From her point of view, if Mr. Fool really wanted to harm her, he would have had countless opportunities. There was no need to wait until now. After Susie opened and closed the door, Audrey sat in front of the desk and recited Mr. Fool's honorific name to request for the use of magic mirror divination. After a while, Klein, who was on the future, entered the washroom and went above the gray fog. He heard Miss Justice's prayer. "That's possible?" "That's right. As a mysterious and unknown existence, I can indeed act as a third party in magic mirror divination." Klein gave a yes answer in amusement. Audrey immediately picked up the notebook, sat in front of the dressing table, and lit a candle in front of the mirror. Note 1. Acres in this book refer to acres. In the mid to late Victorian era, land in the suburbs was about 100 to 130 pounds per acre, which translates to £2 10 shillings to £3 5 shillings per acre. Well, except for the London suburbs. Of course, this isn't necessarily accurate. I calculated it by deducting the cost of building a house from the total cost of buying land and building a house. P.S. Requesting for monthly recommendation votes. Chapter 654. The curtains on the windows were tightly shut, and the lights in the room were dimmed. Audrey completed the corresponding preparations according to the requirements of the magic mirror divination. Of course, she didn't deliberately choose a suitable time period, because it wasn't that troublesome to make a request from Mr. Fool. Looking at the candle in front of her and the mirror that reflected the candlelight and herself, Audrey picked up a bottle of extract with interest and unease. She dripped a few drops of the liquid onto the dim yellow flame. A refreshing and elegant scent entered her nose, and for some baffling reason, Audrey recalled the time when she was still a mysticism enthusiast. She would also make all sorts of mistakes in the beginning. At the critical juncture of the ritual, she would realize that she had forgotten to prepare the essential oils and extract that would please the deity. All she could do was make do with perfume, and the outcome was undoubtedly a failure. In fact, according to the information revealed by Mr. Fool, even if I were to use my own perfume to replace this bottle of extract, he would still respond to me. Audrey took a slow breath and used cogitation to completely calm herself down. She knew that her uncontrollable thoughts weren't normal. Her tiny bit of anticipation and nervousness had been magnified by the lie necklace. After adjusting her state of mind, Audrey clasped her hands and placed them in front of her buried mouth and nose as though she was praying. She sincerely began chanting in a low voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." The secret incantation gently reverberated. After repeating it 7 times, Audrey realized that there seemed to be something indescribable in the surrounding darkness. It was like an undercurrent hidden at the bottom of the water. Looking up, Audrey reached out her right hand and passed by the candle that didn't waver at all. She stroked the mirror from top to bottom. At this point, the magic mirror divination process was completed. If a mysterious or unknown existence was interested in it, it would use the mirror to give a certain response. Above the gray fog, in the ancient and magnificent palace, Klein saw the crimson star that represented Miss Justice first expand before shrinking, emitting an illusory glow. Finally, they were dyed with a deep sense of concealment that was nearly black, condensing into a mirror-sized halo that seemed to lead to the outside world. The effect is different from the previous rituals. Interesting. Klein leaned back in his chair and emanated his spirituality, making contact with the dark circle that resembled a hole. Without a sound, his vision changed. The long bronze table, the crimson stars, and the spacious room illuminated by candlelight inexplicably overlapped, but the boundaries were clear. At that moment, Klein felt like a mirror had become an extension of his body and eyes. It helped him clearly see and interfere with the world above the gray fog. Yes, very clear. Everything in Klein's line of sight was no longer blurry and gray. Everything was presented clearly in his eyes. His gaze suddenly froze for 2 seconds. In front of him was a young girl wearing a pure white dress with golden lace. Her long golden hair was casually tied up, soft and glossy. Her green eyes reflected the pale light of the fire. They were as deep as the sea and as pure as the purest gems. Her facial features and the shape of her face created a soul-stirring beauty. Her temperament was elegant and pure. Klein looked away guiltily. I nearly imagined that she was a demoness of a high sequence. Thankfully, I remembered that Miss Justice is a beyonder of the spectator pathway. It's impossible for her to become a demoness. The fragrance of the extract is pretty good and very special. This subtle reaction. Is that a mystical item made from a faceless beyonder characteristic? Miss Justice turned it into a necklace. Klein's gaze landed on the mystical item disguised as a diamond necklace. Then, he heard Miss Justice say with anticipation, "That's right. Magic mirror, please tell me the whereabouts of the owner of this notebook." Audrey knew that she was seeking Mr. Fool's advice, but she had always wanted to recite the words of Magic Mirror ever since she heard stories about it when she was young. Now, she finally had a chance to put it into practice. The previous failure doesn't count. Yes. Audrey nodded inwardly for herself. Klein immediately looked at the black notebook placed between the candle and Miss Justice. He realized that his spirituality could easily spread out with the help of the mirror and hold the divination medium like a hand. Above the gray fog, he quickly wrote the corresponding divination statement, the whereabouts of the original owner of this notebook. With one hand holding the notebook and the other holding the piece of paper, Klein recited as he leaned back into his chair. With the help of cogitation, he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Audrey opened her green eyes and looked seriously and attentively at the mirror, waiting for Mr. Fool's response. After a few seconds, she finally saw ripples appear on the mirror's surface. I succeeded. The magic mirror divination is really useful. Audrey's eyes widened as she reflected the scene that flashed in the mirror. It was a bird's-eye view of a village. The scene got closer and closer as the drawings of the dragons on the various buildings gradually became clearer. A cathedral quickly occupied the main body of the mirror before being replaced by a cemetery. Finally, the scene stopped at a tombstone in the corner. The inscription on it had long been blurred by the sun, the rain, and the strong winds. Only the name Lindalia could be vaguely seen. At this moment, the mirror suddenly darkened before returning to normal. It reflected Audrey and the candle in front of her. Isn't this the village that has the custom of worshipping dragons? The knight who wrote the notebook is named Lindalia, one of them. He returned to his hometown after losing the 20-year war and died? Or could it be that he was transported back to his hometown in the form of a corpse? That village belongs to East Chester County. Stone City also belongs to East Chester County. It's normal that Associate Professor Michel obtained the notebook from there. There's indeed a mind dragon that lives in the sea of people's collective subconscious. In enlightenment, Audrey thanked Mr. Fool and ended the magic mirror divination. Under the candlelight, she stared at the notebook for a while and finally decided to hand it over. She wanted to see what psychological alchemy could divine and investigate. At the very least, I still don't have the strength to make contact with that mind dragon. This is all I can do. Besides, even if psychological alchemy really discovers something and gains something, when I grow stronger and rise in the organization, a portion of it will belong to me. Audrey's mood quickly turned good again. Above the gray fog, Klein rapped the edge of the long bronze table with his fingers. Combined with Miss Justice's previous statement, he made his judgment. That village with the notebook is related to a dragon, and dragons often mean treasure. Unfortunately, Miss Justice's strength isn't enough. Otherwise, I would have encouraged her to explore it herself. If anything happens, she can pray to the sea god, and I'll provide support from various aspects. Yes, it's too dangerous for her. I can only give it up for now. If psychological alchemy doesn't discover any problems, I might be able to try it in the future. Klein suppressed his regret and recalled the magic mirror divination experience. This kind of divination is excellent for a third party. It doesn't require much of a price to connect to the real world. If I wanted to, I could even drill out of the mirror in the form of a spirit body. But to the user, it's indeed very dangerous. Without any protection, I would appear under the gaze of an unknown and mysterious eye. I would then be possessed, controlled, cursed, and corrupted. Klein sighed from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't worried that Miss Justice would misuse the magic mirror divination because she had the best and safest target to prey to. She didn't need any external help. In other words, me. Klein retracted his finger and sat at the end of the long bronze table. He sat there in silence for 20 to 30 seconds. Soon, he returned to the real world. He didn't stay any longer. After all, he was on the future, and he was being watched from the shadows. After leaving the washroom and putting away Aztec's copper whistle and Will Ossepton's paper crane, Klein looked at the crimson moon that was obscured by the clouds and thought silently for a moment. He wore his half-top hat, opened the door, and came to the corridor. After taking a few steps forward, Klein deliberately slowed down his footsteps and glanced at the first room to his left through the corner of his eye. Based on his judgment, the mysterious pair of eyes that had been silently watching the deck and him during the day was in this room. Klein walked slower and slower until he almost stopped at the door. He didn't hide anything as he extended his left palm towards the handle. A portion of the scene inside naturally surfaced in his mind. Not far behind the door was a clothes rack with nothing hanging on it. The weak starlight scattered across the clean floor. It was silent, serene, and lacked any human presence. The window had been opened at some point, and the sea breeze blew in, lifting the curtain that wasn't too thick. No one else? Klein was just testing the waters. He immediately retracted his left palm and walked toward the stairs as if nothing had happened. Arriving at the deck, Klein walked leisurely near the ship's railing with a cold and indifferent expression. It seemed that his main purpose was to come down for a walk. Suddenly, he saw a man in suspenders and a white shirt sitting in front of him. Frankly, Klein didn't stop. He moved closer step by step. The man sensed something and turned around to look at the approaching person. He was poison expert Frank Lee, but there was no longer a smile on his face. His mouth and chin were covered in blood. Klein raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Frank Lee suddenly raised his hands and grabbed a silver-scaled fish from each side that hadn't been struggling. He said dejectedly, "I failed. Their lifespan is much shorter than I expected. They can't reproduce at all, even if they're planted in the soil." As he spoke, he raised the silver-scaled fish in his right hand and sucked in a mouthful. "This is a good thing. Otherwise, I'm really worried that I'll cause some kind of ecological disaster." "So, you're drowning your sorrows with wine, no fish?" Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief.